Baba Booey.
Hello.
Hello. So something happened to the game, and it keeps opening at about two inches by 2 inches, and
Very small.
like you guys might have seen my Steam notification pop up. Yeah, it's as big as the Steam notification. So, but I don't. Is there options on the inside? 2 inches is not small.
We can try. We can see how it goes, and if it doesn't go good, we can always switch over to the demo.
Okay.
Oh, Deltarune.
Holy fuck. Owie.
Loud.
Start with chapter 1. Why is the volume for Deltarune labeled contact? Hello? It's just like the Deltarune logo that it says contact in all caps. Who are you contacting?
I mean, I think
The government?
with the, what was it called? The demo, initially it was called Survey Program.
Oh. Survey
Also, you
program.
might need to stream it to me again.
Oh, okay. Why did it unstream to you?
There we go.
Oh, I missed it. It said, are you there? Something, then excellent.
Are we connected?
Truly excellent. Now, we may begin. Uh-oh. We're gonna get Undertale spoilers from this? I don't know. I mean...
I don't think so. It's basically like an alternate universe that's very different.
Yeah.
I mean, you might get spoilers on how the characters are, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like its own thing, right?
Yeah.
And like Undertale...
That's an entirely different story.
Entirely different story, and then aren't the letters... What do they call that?
Anagram?
Anagram? Yeah.
Yeah.
Of Deltarune. Yeah, so watch us play it. The only way I could even beat Undertale, like back in high school, was that I used like a cheat program to give me infinite health, because no way I was getting to that fucking sad fight. Are you crazy? Are you insane?
Well, see, that's why you had issue. You tried to fight Sans.
True. Well, I didn't know, like the whole. Oh.
In this world, it's kill or be killed.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
You must create your vessel.
Oh, this doesn't matter. It's not like characters. Should we make him bald?
do you want to be bald?
Bald Chris. What's the canon here? I guess this?
You don't have to go by canon. You just pick what you like.
Bald.
You like bald?
Give me thick thighs.
Do you like it?
I look like Dan Herschel. I'm down. I keep my not so safe for work cocktail win.
Do you accept it? Your body?
Thank you. Now, let us shape its mind as your own. What is its favorite food? Oh. This just means spicy, right? Pain.
You know.
This is just ice cubes. Ooh, soft food. I like soft food.
I like sweet. Do you have a favorite blood type? Like
A,
D?
B, C, D, like D. I do love. I love that vitamin D. What color does it like most? No purple?
No purple. You got red and blue.
I do green because of Ricky.
Aw,
If I can't choose purple, then my next favorite thing is Ricky.
Aw. You're my favorite.
Give it a gift. Voice. Make him sound like make him sound like corpse husband.
Oh my god.
We're ambitious, I guess. How do you feel about your creation? Well, not here. Don't worry about it. We won't tell.
We won't tell your creation how you feel about it.
We won't tell your fucking homunculi
No.
how you feel. Am I scared for you? A little bit. I got hope for you. I got hope for you, dog. Have you answered honestly?
No.
You acknowledge the possibility of pain and seizure.
Do you?
Every day, baby. Understood.
There's the pain.
There it is. It's killing me.
No!
I signed up for this. Name it. I just give it. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Okay, look at the fucking Steam notification, dog. That's crazy. That's insane. That's how small this thing is. I'm watching through the stream right now. I get this. I'm staring at the PNGs.
Oh, wow. Is it really that small? I thought it was bigger.
You saw the screenshot.
Yeah. Somehow I thought that like when you started playing it again it fixed itself.
No. That's why I'm like, we'll see if there's a you call it hey,
bald.
What about the creator? Oh. Oops. I guess I'll use the government name.
Government name?
Yeah. What would hell have? I guess a government is pretty hellish.
That's as far as you can go.
Yeah.
You could go with Bunny.
It's okay. Bunny Blaja.
Okay. Bunny Blaja.
Bunny Blaja. Excellent. Truly excellent. Thank you. The government name. Satan gave it to me.
Thank you for your time. Your answers. Your wonderful creation.
I know. Look at him. Does not turn red when screaming in a car.
Will now be discarded.
Oh, goodbye.
No one can choose who they are in this world. Your name is...
Blondie Baja.
Chris!
Who's overachiever over here? What the fuck? I got nothing. Even my lamp is goth. That's crazy. This is how it looked like when we lived together. Except it's like, listen. It's like ice skating yaoi boys on the wall.
Hey!
And I'm like, I'll wait until I gather everything, and then they all stay in boxes.
Me and my plushies. All of my plushies everywhere. I wonder, are you able to like change the size of the window at all, like by pulling it?
No, I tried to do that. It won't even let me like do a. You see my. That's how small it is. You see my mouse?
No, I don't see your mouse actually,
Oh,
but
I guess on stream I'm seeing it, but
interesting. I'm gonna try and open it and see if what's up.
I mean, I could, I guess, play the demo.
Oh, Deltarune, you work perfectly every time.
Doesn't like me. Why is it doing that? And I tried to look into, Steam, because sometimes some games will let you, like, tell it what to launch as. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't... I don't see.
Oh, mine opens up full screen.
Oh, I don't mind. Please. That's weird. That's suspicious.
That's suspicious.
I can minimize it. Oh, okay. And I can move it. But it's grayed out of the maximize. I don't know why.
Interesting. Oh, I see your mouse on the stream now.
Yeah, this thing is... She is one mouse tall. She's one cruiser tall. 2 cruiser tall. That's crazy.
Chris, if you do not wake up, you will be late for school.
So I'm just playing through stream now.
I will wait outside for you, alright? I love you, Toriel.
10 more minutes.
Hi, Chris.
Where's my PC? I get a cage?
Yeah. That's your lucky cage.
My lucky cage. I can't even fit in it anymore.
Fit in it?
And this is my childhood bedroom.
Yeah, in this game you can like check everything out. You can interact with things.
They probably didn't give me a PC, so I didn't goon. Next to my brother.
Oh,
It's a computer desk. There are many boxes under it filled with old books. The drawer is mostly empty, except for a school cross-country shirt with a tear in it. There are CDs under the bed, classical jazz, religious ska. Also a game console. It has one normal controller and one knockoff one. You like that?
Mm-hmm.
Controllers are fucking expensive, dog.
They are, yeah.
$80? $80 for a remote? Are you fucking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
And then the games are just as expensive, so... Surprised they didn't get me one of those crosses that you... the anti-masturbation crosses.
Oh my gosh.
When you strap your kid down in. It's crazy.
Oh
Beautiful day outside. And forced me to listen to religious ska to cure me.
These kids like you. Should be going to school.
My bad.
Your bed.
My bed. Ooh.
Oh, there's a mirror.
There are many books. Tails of Snails, a storybook. Snails do not have tails. A scientific refutation. Can snails help your garden? Not really. And signed copy of History of Humans and Monsters by Gerson Boom.
Oh, Gerson.
A cactus. There's not much to say about it. I mean...
Very tsundere.
So prickly.
Just a little bit.
There are crayons in a drawer. The labels have long faded. There's no green.
There is no green.
There's no green. Crayons in a drawer. Labels have faded. There's no green. It's not the same. It's only you.
It's only you.
And me. And everyone watching.
And
It's the
everyone
world.
watching.
There's no time to read anything right now.
No time, you gotta go.
No time. Cute. Got environments now. Food on the fridge. It's of you, your mother, and your brother. Okay, brother.
Yep.
There's some white fur stuck in the hello?
I mean, you are living with white furred monsters.
I was thinking about that, but I'm like, how do you... Because I am living with a white fur monster, and holy fuck, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't get enough to have some put down the drain.
I mean, if the being using the sink has white fur.
Yeah.
I imagine it's a little hard not to lose some of that.
A lot of it. Because for gingerbread monsters and gingerbread humans.
Yay!
We don't discriminate. Some cinnamony batter caked up on the soap tub. Where's she at, sis? Oh.
Wait, can you check the trash really quick?
Some landline phone. You already have a cell phone.
I have a cell phone.
It's trash cans. Somehow it's emitting a pleasant floral scent. Did we get one of those plastic bags that come fucking perfumed now?
Oh, the TV.
It's a TV. Doesn't seem to even be plugged in anymore. Eh?
Oh, the TV. It's not used very often anymore.
Well, Toriel on her stands up on her phone scrolling through TikTok, laughing at minion memes. Stop it.
Oh my gosh. It's Cheriel.
Chair?
Cheriel?
Cheriel is Cheriel, the beloved living room chair.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. The beloved one.
Yeah.
With the couch.
Oh, couch.
A couch.
It's a book by the couch.
It's a book of hymns. It's the Bible. Yeah. That's a lot of chairs. I mean, I guess it's good.
Well, there used to be more people. I mean, there's one for Toriel, there's one for you, there's one for your brother.
And yet nobody in this goddamn house. Where are they?
Well, Toriel went outside because she's waiting for you. You gotta go to school.
Oh, okay. I was clicking on the door and I was like, hello?
Chris, there you are. We might still be able to make it.
Oh.
Chris, it is a beautiful day today, is it not? I hope it stays this way when Asriel visits next week. But I wonder, after the excitement of university, will he still enjoy coming home to this little town? The little town. Library.
I am tested.
Hello, hello.
I'm going to school with exactly one parking spot.
Yeah. Oh, she held his hand.
I'm sorry, his face just looked like it got so dark, and I was like, hello? Like, wow, you're embarrassing me.
Yeah.
So,
do you want to...
Or, either way. I
can do that, please.
So, does everyone have a...
Don't come to school tomorrow.
Oh, Chris, we thought you weren't coming today. We're doing group projects this month. So walk around and find a partner, okay?
Cool. What do we got? Chris, wow, very sorry. Tim already have a partner. Uh-oh. Egg. In these trying times? It's a black and white hard-boiled egg. Sadly, seems like it already has a partner. Dang.
Oh no.
Damn it. How about a prom date?
To be the egg partner.
Does the egg have a prom date? It's a bunch of roses. Can I partner with that? Worm. Oh.
Chris, you know Jockington and Caddy are always partners.
Who?
We're the ultimate academic duo. Ever since our first gym class.
That's not
Our
academics.
first class. You know. It's a class.
It's not academics.
That sure is a class. It was hula hoop day, and they ran out of hoops for us. So she used me instead. That's our origin story.
That sounds toxic, bro. This is the real toxic couple. She just used you, dog.
I'll let you take this one.
Click, click, tap, tap, taken. She's emo. Okay. Yo, Chris.
Yo, Chris.
Oh, you could do this one. Sorry.
No, you already had a voice.
Yo, Chris, show up earlier next time. I ended up having to partner with Snowy.
So sorry.
Now he keeps turning to me and saying, "Howdy, partner," like a cowboy.
He sounds bass. You know what? Snowy. Partner? Hardly know her. Ah, what'd you think of that one? Funny, right? You're fucking hilarious. Partner with me right now, dude. Lose the dead weight. Look, dude doesn't even have arms. Listen, premium deal. I have 2 extra limbs. Look, dude. Listen, and I think your jokes are so fucking funny. Oh my god. Partner, yeah, man.
Laughing my ass off.
You're going fucking far. Quit your day job. But also quit this partner and join me instead. Please. God damn it. Well, I got news for you, pal. Already got partner. Scram! Damn, you didn't have to put it so harshly. Damn, you know what? Actually, you guys don't show up to school tomorrow. Or else. Oh.
I need your best gamer voice. Now.
Ooh, gamer voice.
Gamer voice.
Like, actually?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, Chris, late again, I see. You need a partner? So I've seen fan art of this dude being, like, French tongue-fucked.
Oh!
like Evangelion Shinji type shit on this.
Oh my god.
I don't... I was like, what the fuck? I don't know, I guess some of the people that show up on my timeline are freaks, but... Sorry, I'm already partners with the second smartest student. Though, wait, Chris, now that I think about it, your unique skill set might help a lot in this assignment. Oh. Nah, actually, I want to get an A.
That's weird.
You show up to school tomorrow. Ask elsewhere, Chris. Bitch, I just bumped into you. You can't get anyone? Maybe your mom will be your partner again.
Oh.
You wish my mom was your partner, asshole.
Oh. What? What am I watching on my phone? It's schoolwork, of course.
And not AO3.
Animated schoolwork and...
She's out. She's fujoing out.
Hey! Chris, have you chosen a partner yet?
Same though. From where?
Wait, you gotta talk to Noelle.
Oh, right.
Hey Chris, what's up? Did you lose your pencil again? Here, you want the candy cane one or the one with lights on it?
Candy cane one. It's so it sticks to my fingers. I'm clumsy.
Sorry. Birdley already asked me.
With him? Listen. Listen. Ha-cha-cha, ha-cha-cha.
Listen, I'm Asriel for a reason.
But I could ask Miss Alphys if we can make a group of 3.
You know, 3's a crowd.
I'll ask if you're sure.
I mean, I guess, is there anything else I can?
No, I think it's just
Hold on.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone else you can ask.
I'm going on the computer and I'm gonna blackmail this teacher to give me an A. That's what we're doing. The computer's wallpaper is rotating slideshow of nature images, and rarely an image of 2 buff superheroes embracing, blushing. I got you now! I got you now, I'm telling the principal. Or give me an A. Give me an A. Or else I'm coming in a trench coat tomorrow.
I got you now.
I got you now. This is inappropriate. Is that Superman and Batman rubbing bulges? That's crazy. On the school computer?
God.
I got you
School
now.
computer?
The school computer? In front of these young, impressionable minds? Huh? I see you, you sick.
Oh my god.
Teacher you. Oh, here. Go ask for me. I'm a bitch. I don't want to ask her.
Do you want to be partners?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask. Miss Alphys, is it okay if we have a group of 3?
Hey, what? No, I do not approve of this. Abort! Like your mama should have
What?
did.
But Chris doesn't have a... Noelle, what were you saying?
He was just saying we're fine being alone.
Actually, I just wanted to know if... Noelle, can you please speak up?
I can't hear you over my yaoi. Over Junjo Romantica, a classic. Uh-oh.
There she is.
Hi, Susie.
Am I
Which
late?
one?
I guess so. Purple.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're fine. We were just, choosing partners for the next group project, and... Susie, you're with Chris.
Great.
Now that everyone's here, I'll write the assignment. Has anyone seen the chalk? This is the 3rd time it's gone missing, and... you all know I can't start class without some. How about this? If no one speaks up, everyone gets in trouble.
That's against the Geneva Convention, miss! Miss! That's against that's a war crime. You can't do that to us. Imprisoning others for the sin of one person, that's a Geneva Convention. I'm telling the principal, that and your sick Superman, Batman, yaoi on the fucking, on the screen between beautiful nature. Huh?
Oh my gosh.
Huh? Huh? Give me an A. Or else I'm reporting you for war crime.
Oh my god.
Anyone? Please?
Do the war crime. Do it. You won't.
Hey, there might be a box in the supply closet. Miss Alphys, why don't Susie and I... Good idea, Noelle. Susie, since you came in last, why don't you go get it for me?
Whatever.
And Chris, can you go with her and make sure she, actually gets it and, stays out of trouble?
No, I'm leaving. I don't think we should be in school today. You didn't see her slap that door? Fuck, dude. Get out now.
Thanks, Chris. See you later.
Yeah, see you later. Bye. Look, she already has the trench coat on. We can't... She beat us to it. Chris. Didn't see you there. Hey. You didn't see anything just now, did you? Can't even say. Are you about to shoot? Chris. Huh? Hey. Oh, she doing the Miles Morales on me? Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Why'd you grab my shoulder? Let me tell you a secret.
She's bully.
Quiet people piss me off. You think just because you don't say anything, I can't tell exactly what you're thinking? It's over. I caught Susie eating all the chalk. This was her last chance, or she'll finally be expelled. Ah, come on, Chris. Don't act shocked. You know it's true. Everyone's waiting for it. Everyone wants it. So, congrats, Chris. You got me. I'm done for. Girl, you're projecting so bad right now.
You know.
Just, let me say one little thing. Seems like a waste to just get expelled just for having a snack. Your Honor, she was hungry. So, Chris, if I know you're gonna pull the trigger, that's tomorrow. You know what? I'll give you a tip. Don't come tomorrow. I'm letting this place up with that bird in it. It's crazy.
That bird.
Why don't I just get expelled for some real carnage? You gonna kill me? Chris, how do you feel about losing your face? The bite of 87. Nah. Chris, you got a good mother. Be a shame if to make her bury her child. Alright, let's get this over with. We'll get more chalk, mosey back to class, and then Chris, you'll do our project. How's that sound? Don't bother answering. You haven't gotten it by now? Your choices don't matter. Let's go, freak.
That's Susie.
No, we're leaving. What do you mean? He's just gonna skip school. What, am I supposed to snitch on you? That'd be rich, huh? Nah, I wouldn't. Get back here. God, can you walk any slower or what?
Oh.
I'm practicing my my walk for tomorrow, okay? If you don't light it up today. Leave me alone. Not used to walking around without someone holding your hand. Come on, freak. I bet you wish your mother held your hand.
God.
How dare you? Sorry, I'm a loving mother. Doesn't mean I can't be emo. Well, here's the closet. Too bad. We're just starting to have fun. Oh, huh?
Hey, guess what? Get ready.
Uh-oh.
Get ready for, the other thing I prepared for you.
Uh-oh. This is a persona situation? Hey, Chris, is it me or... Is it really dark in there? What's the hold up, Chris? Are you gonna go in or what? Nah, dog. Fine, if you're gonna be a wimp, then we'll both go in at the same time. See? Why are you so scared? Nothing in here but old papers. Gotta find a light switch. That's weird. I can't find a switch. Guess it's further in. Kind of big for a closet, huh? I think we'd have reached the end by now. Hey, Chris. I think this closet's, broken. There aren't any walls. Oh, we worked hard enough. If Alfie's wants chalk so bad, she can get it herself. A split. Ah. What the? Hey, this isn't funny. Let us out. Let us...
Oh.
Oh. Oh. The floor, it's non-existent.
Floor is non-existent.
Floor is non-existent. Oh, oh,
Oh.
oh. Oh no, I'm blocking the hand. Oh, no.
Ha
Aha! Actually, you know what? On your face. There. Bam. Bam.
Aw, Chris!
Oh, look at it, it's so cute! Ooh. At times you see it flickering, a light only you can see. By second nature, you reach out and... Let's go. Umbrella.
Honey Badger.
Roger. Yo.
Creatures.
Oh, holes full of gooey stuff.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I think you can interact with them.
Oh, okay. It's too dark to see anything.
I think most of them give that, though.
But it just...
There might be one that gives you something.
One of those. What's this? Hey, boy.
Hi.
You like to see anything?
Little guys.
Do you have to see anything? Too dark to see anything.
Oh.
Whee!
Did you see that little thing?
Yeah.
Up in the corner, he ran away.
Yeah, there's been something that keeps stashing off.
Yeah.
It's too dark to see anything. It's too dark to see anything. Uh-oh. The Gamer Girl bathwater is alive. It's too dark to see anything.
I think if you go down.
Oh. Something glowing inside. Take it? Sure. That's a glow shard.
Glow shard.
Sure. That's any more down here. Oh, is this yeah, it is a dead one.
I love the little guys.
Oh, here. Oh,
Oh.
oh.
Be careful.
I don't know about this little guy. Oh, oh. It's one of those. Oh. Bathe your body in the light. Power shines within you, breaking through the darkness. The pain you had melted away. HP fully restored. Nice.
Yay!
The eye puzzle. In this land, only eyes blinded by darkness can see the way. Eyes blinded by darkness, so... maybe the sun? Oh, I see.
Yeah!
Amy!
You've blinded them. It's so quiet. Oh,
Yes.
you can interact with those.
Uh-oh. Ugh. He's alive, though?
I don't know! There's something. You have to interact with that one.
You have to know. Hey, back off! Come any closer and all. Chris? You. Hey, you don't scare me like that, dumbass. Unless you want to get clocked in the face. Hey. Anyway, no screwing around. We gotta find the way out of here. Where is here, anyway? It doesn't matter. You got us into this mess. You get us out. No, I was gonna leave school. But you wanted to get the chalk and pretend you weren't eating the shit. Oh, there's the
I live it.
Not
Maybe like
really, but
Chris.
Hi.
Play Warhammer, y'all. My god, never mind. You walk way too slow.
Bye, Susie.
Why don't you go then? Ooh.
You can run, but I like to meander.
Hey Chris, there's someone up there waving at us. Any idea what they want? Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Run, Chris! Oh no.
You got this.
Oh, is it not even hurting me? Ah, it is.
No, you just managed to dodge one. Real good.
Chris, down there. Whee! Oh no.
Oh, careful.
No. Oh no. Oh no. Don't do that. Ah. Up. Ah.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, you're not dead. Sweet.
Sweet.
Sweet. Got any idea what the heck this place is? Me neither. It's time to tell even. Okay. Wonder if there's anyone in that building up there. Looks like a shop, but the door is locked and no one's inside. In front of you, a castle looms beneath the empty town. A black geyser emerges from it, piercing endlessly into the sky. The power of this place shines within you. Oh. A castle? What the hell is there a castle inside of a supply closet? This is Persona 5.
Welcome, heroes.
Who's there?
Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. Please, come forward, both of you.
Hmm.
Welcome. I am the prince of this kingdom. The kingdom of darkness. Chris, Susie, there is a legend in this land. A legend that one day 2 heroes of light will arrive and fulfill the ancient prophecy foretold by time and space. Please, heroes, listen to my tale.
What the fuck is that? Holy shit. I don't know if that was thunder, but something fucking...
Rumbled?
Yeah.
Oh. It was the legend of Deltarune. Sorry.
Okay.
Very well then. Once upon a time, a legend was whispered among shadows. It was a legend of hope. It was a legend of dreams. It was a legend of light. It was a legend of dark. This is the legend of Deltarune.
Zelda.
Zelda. For millennia, light and dark have lived in balance, bringing peace to the world. But if this harmony were to shatter, a terrible calamity would occur. The sky will run black with terror, and the land will crack with fear. Then, her heart pounding, the earth will draw her final breath. Only then, shining with hope, 3 heroes appear at World's Edge. A human, a monster, and a prince from the dark. Only they can seal the fountains and banish the angels' heaven. Only then will balance be restored, and the world saved from destruction. Today, the Fountain of Darkness, the geyser that gives this land form, stands tall at the center of the kingdom. But recently, another fountain has appeared on the horizon. And with it, the balance of light and dark begins to shift. Chris, Susie, thank you for listening to my long tale.
I guess it is raining outside. Okay. I just
Oh,
wanted to check to make sure.
I deeply believe you two are the heroes of the legend. That despite whatever enemies you may face, you two have the courage to save the world.
I mean, we're about to shoot up a school, but now you say that.
what?
Delta warriors, please, won't you accept your destiny?
Nah.
What?
Me? Some kind of hero or something? You got the wrong person.
But Susie, without you, the world will...
So what? The world gets destroyed. Not my damn business. It'd be kind of fun, honestly. Anyway, Chris, you want to play pretend with this weirdo? Stick around. I'm gonna find a way out of here.
Susie, wait.
Oh.
Ho! The heroes are already running away! And they didn't even know I was here! My dad's gonna make me son of the month!
Son of the month. Are you... You have siblings? What the hell are you?
I'm... the bad guy. You clowns want to steal our dark fountain, huh? And still picturing you guys as clowns. Save the world from a eternal darkness, huh? Don't try to deny it. We both know you'll go east. It's your only way home. But I, Lancer, won't let you go there. And I've got a flawless two-step plan to ensure it. Step 1, I thrash you. Step 2, you lose.
Nice plan, kid.
Really?
Yeah, actually. Mind if we use it on you instead? Oh. Unless their bus is in. Oh, I see.
Halt, clowns! This bike is fueled by victory.
Oh. You're doing tricks on it. I don't know how I got an axe, but like, that's cool.
Do you want to fight with mercy, or do you want to attack?
Oh.
Because you can be merciful.
How do I do that?
Go to act.
Oh.
I think you can back out of fighting.
How do I do that?
Are you playing on PC?
Yeah.
Okay. Go back one more time.
Oh, is it shift?
And then, yeah, and then move your, yeah. Mm-hmm. And you can select him, and then, you can warn him of Susie's attacks, or you can compliment him. Usually I tend to warn him.
Yeah. Tell Lancer to watch out for Susie's attack. He readies himself.
I love to get thrashed. Just kidding, that's you!
Oh no. Lancer switches gears randomly to appear competent.
And then from then you can compliment him.
You tell Lancer you can't tell the difference between his clothes and his body. He seems flattered. His attack power went down.
Oh, you make my feelings do wheelies. Sweet wheelies.
Oh, fun.
He'll stop and it'll give you a chance to like scoot out of the way.
Lancer's writing it out.
You just keep complimenting him.
Try to compliment Lancer again. He seems as insecure. His attack power goes back up.
Did you not realize I can mask my self-esteem levels?
There you go.
Look at you go! Wait a second! My bike's running out of fuel!
Oh, I thought I got hit all the times.
Alright, you punkaroos. You had the luck of the draw with this time, but next time, the losers will be you. Bye, losers! I gotta get home before dinner.
Nice.
Yay!
You won!
Are you two okay? Allow me to introduce myself more properly. I am...
Jeez, can you take off that hood? I can barely hear you under there.
Alright. Hello, everyone. I'm Ralsei. Chris, Susie, it's ever so wonderful to meet you. I'm certain we're going to become great friends, and
Best way to leave is east, right?
yes, that's where we'll...
Got it. See you at school, Chris.
I suppose it's just the two of us then. Chris, I'm a prince, but I, currently don't have any subjects. I've been waiting all alone here.
So listen, I need a partner, right? Assignment.
You need a partner. My whole life for you two to arrive. So, I'm really happy to meet you. I hope we can be good friends, Chris. And if you need a partner for that assignment, I'll try to help.
Yeah, I got this assignment at school, right? But don't worry, I'm gonna blackmail the teacher.
Oh, I don't... Well, whatever you think works, Chris. Let's try to find Susie. She must be to the southeast. You can lead the way, Chris.
Oh. Music now.
Music now.
The adventure begins. It's
How Fluffy Boy shines within you.
Hi, Fluffy Boy.
You have a Fluffy Boy.
Chris, you know you can hold B to run?
Oh, B. Really?
Right! You'll move faster by holding B. And I'll be right behind you, so don't worry. Unless you want to get away, in which case, sorry.
Let's shift, yeah. I mean, it's just registering my controller. I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Oh.
Oh, Chris, this is the training dummy I made.
You made the training dummy look like you?
Listen.
Do you need to talk?
Oh, listen.
don't have any subjects, and I've been waiting my whole life.
Could make them look like those weird singing sperm outside.
The what?
You know. A sperm that
No.
sings outside. They're like,
I've only ever been
or
here.
something.
I've been alone my whole life.
You couldn't even make it look like that dude? What about that dude? He had a motorcycle and everything. You never seen him? Ever?
Never seen him before.
He was pulling sick wheelies. You didn't see him?
You know? No.
Okay.
Oh. Now seems like a great chance to prepare for the enemy. The enemy.
The enemy. You made it look like you.
Would you like me to teach you how to fight?
I mean, I'm risen my way up, apparently. Sure.
Okay, get ready, Chris. See that heart, Chris? That's your soul, the culmination of your being. Within, it holds your will, your compassion, and the fate of the world. If it gets hit, you and your friends will lose HP. If everyone's HP reaches 0, we'll lose the battle. So please, take care to avoid the enemy's attack. Ready? Let's try dodging.
What?
Great job, Chris. You're a natural. Anyhow, after the enemy attacks, it's our turn, Chris. First, I'll teach you how to fight. Though fighting is unnecessary in this world. There's no harm in a thorough lesson. It's funny if you try to, like, just hug him the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to, but... You hug
Hey,
Ralsei.
bud.
Chris!
I'm not gonna hurt your dummy, bud.
I don't think, this is what you're supposed to be doing.
It's summer in love, brother. You know, you said there's no need to fight down here.
But...
I'm not gonna let you watch me hurt you, brother. Don't worry. I've done a full 180 in this closet.
Chris? Are you trying to, ask me to give you a tutorial on hugging?
I mean, I think I'm doing it good. You don't think I'm doing it good? You sure? Here, check this. See? I can hug so good.
I've never hugged anyone
You
before.
were gonna teach me? I get hugs from my mom daily, brother.
Besides the dummy to test it out.
Oh, you were hugging yourself. Yeah. You have been alone.
So I don't know anything about it. Sorry. I suppose you're the one teaching me.
Hell yeah, I learned it from my mom. My mom taught me.
I think you can also try hugging the dummy.
Oh yeah. This is what we looked like, if you didn't know.
Huh? Chris, you'd rather hug it out than fight? You know what? That's fine. We don't need to fight. Okay, next let's try defending. It's simply shield. And the enemy's attack will hurt you less.
What did Toby say? Where he was like speaking Japanese or something?
Oh. Toho Project.
Yeah. Toho Project. Shield.
Toho Project. Simply shield. Not only that, but you'll also gather TP.
Toilet paper?
Watch the orange big bar on the left. I'll explain it next. Shoot. Great job, Chris. Now that you've gathered TP, how about spending that TP on one of my spells? If you had, hit the enemy, it'd be tired now. In that case, we'll use my Pacify spell on it.
I mean, I don't think it can get tired.
It'll fall asleep and we'll win peacefully.
You spent way too much time with it, bud. Magic. Pacify.
Ralph say cast Pacify. Great, Chris. We would have won the battle by now. Now I have just a little more to teach you. Remember when you hugged the dummy by acting on it? Because of that, its name turned yellow.
Oh.
Now, by using the spare command, you can win.
Okay. Let's spare. For spare dummy.
Great job, Chris. That'd be the end in the real battle. I'm really happy I had the chance to teach you, Chris.
I won, and I got. Oh, the dummy gave me $1.
You got $1.
Oh,
that
more
was
than a hug
fun.
get me.
You're a wonderful student, Chris. And, in case you ever need a refresher,
On hugging?
Yes. Here, I wrote a manual for you and Susie on hugging.
Hugging.
Press Y to open the menu and use it in your items.
I got the manual. Okay.
Got the manual.
The manual for hugging.
For hugging, the hug manual.
Hug manual. Susie! Come on, why do you want to go back to school? It sucks over there.
You gotta go east,
Oh,
not
east.
west.
Southeast. Southeast?
Keep going the same way that you were before. East.
East.
Nope.
Where's east?
Go back. East. East, Chris. East.
Huh? I'm
No.
skipping school. I hope you know. I am skipping school for this.
Oh my! The great door's open? No wonder Lancer was able to come through.
So you do know other people.
No, I don't. Chris, once we pass through this door, our adventure will really begin.
I don't know, the music's been started for a while now.
A journey foretold exactly by the prophecy.
Even the hugging?
Yeah, the hugging. That was the
Hugging.
important part.
The first part of the prophecy.
Yeah. But, Chris, I believe your choices are important too. Especially the one where you hugged me. This world is full of all kinds of people, Chris. You must hug them too.
Wait, so you do know other people?
No!
I just know there's a
In the
lot
end-
of them out there to hug.
Probably. In the end, how we treat them makes all the difference. So let's try our best to get on with, or to get by without fighting.
Good, because you didn't teach me that.
No, I taught you how to hug. No, you taught me that, sorry.
Yeah.
If we can manage to do that, I believe this tale may have a happy ending. Full of hugs. Otherwise, I fear that you may not find the result favorable.
Alright, let's get the hugging.
Oh, I'm sorry, is that too much to ask?
I mean, it's only a prophecy. Done exactly as foretold. That I've only just
Yeah.
heard about, like, 5 minutes ago. But
That affects the whole world as
yeah.
you know it?
that might or might not destroy the world, but I don't got a lot going on back home, so lucky for you. Like I said, have 2 arms. Like I was saying, my skill set
Is hugs.
is hugs. I got these 2 lips. Nobody want to be my partner. Now everybody want to hug me. Now what? Now that there's doom and peril, now they want hugs. It's fine. My
We
time
gotta
has
find
come.
Susie.
I handle it.
Chris, I knew you were a hero the moment I saw you.
What, you hugged me, you mean?
Yeah, when I hugged you. Let's try our best, alright? Get those arms ready.
Yeah, when you
For
witness how great these arms were. Somebody wanted a punk-ass dinosaur as a Snow, you missed out. You really fumbled there, bud.
The door closed behind you, your adventure will truly begin. The power of adventure shines within you.
And hugs.
And hugs!
And hugs. They didn't even appreciate it. I would laugh at his jokes, too. And he told me to fuck off. Can you believe that?
I'm so sorry to hear
Me
that, Chris.
and my 2 arms.
And your 2 arms?
And these 2 arms that are great at hugging. Oh.
Oh, there's a sign back there, Chris.
I'm Squippy's cool. I don't know how to read. Enemies ahead.
Enemies ahead! You're gonna die! Signed,
Oh,
Lancer.
it's Lancer. That dude can write? Shit. He can do it all. You didn't see him doing the sick ollies? Uh-oh. Uh-oh!
It got scared.
It got scared! With those eyes? Rudin. Yeah, rude as hell.
Rude as hell. You can convince or lecture it.
What am I convincing you to do? Come here. Come here, bud. Oh, okay.
You told Rudin to quit fighting.
I'm suddenly swayed. Oh.
Oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
What else though? Strong opinions one way or the other.
Oh. Oh, now that its name is yellow, you can spare it.
Sorry, you jump scared him and he has to hit you a little bit.
Yeah.
It's his first time seeing somebody besides me.
Yeah.
And Susie.
Yeah. I got a little scared, sorry.
There you go.
Yay!
Saw a snake. And you had no arms, so he didn't know if you were coming to hug him.
Yeah.
You had a knife. That was
Yeah.
scary.
If you're reading this, I guess you're dead. Signed, Lancer.
If I'm reading it?
If you're reading this,
I would go, oh.
what does the sign say?
Hey, aren't you guys even gonna say hi?
No.
Cool. Enjoy being thrashed by various guys.
Hell, hey, I only got two arms. What do you mean?
Hey, don't read the sign. It's a work in progress. Signed, Lancer.
I read your sign.
Oh, you came back.
If we say hi, will your troops not thrash us?
Ralsei, Ralsei, Ralsei. The thrashing is what makes our relationship work.
What relationship?
So you did though.
What relationship? Ooh.
I don't know. Does he look like he would lie? Look, he puts signs everywhere. There ought to have been signs.
These types of trees don't contain an item that can heal you. Whatever you do, don't check the tree and use Y to open your menu.
Why?
You got
Why?
it? Signed, Lancer.
You ain't my mom. 2 objects hanging from the tree. Take one? Okay. Got the dark candy. Candy hanging from the tree. Take one? Give me another one. The dark candy.
Dark candy.
Dark candy.
Oh, Lancer.
Oh.
Oh. A necklace of rudins blocks your path.
A necklace. Is that what they're called in a pair?
Yeah. Shine, shine.
Rudin's glimmering plainly. Oops. It's still a little hard to see because the screen is still tiny.
Oh.
I'm watching through the tree.
I'm curious. Can you press escape or like bring up the menu? No, escape quits.
Oh.
It. I saw it quitting at the top corner. I was like, oh no.
I didn't read what it said. I was like, oh, is it loading a menu? By the time I saw quitting, it like disappeared. Oops.
That's so funny. You know,
What?
that's the Deltarune experience.
It's still tiny.
Hmm. There is a settings menu. Hold on.
I'm gonna try opening it without the controller on. I don't know if that's fucking it up. Or... Nope. Still tiny.
Where's my Deltarune? I hears it. Oh.
Want to be in the fountain of darkness and couldn't sleep because dark. True. True. Today I usually keep the door open for my cat, but sometimes I close the door so I can be in complete darkness. Because it's just more chill. And today I was like, I'm gonna do a whole day. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay. When you get in, press C.
C.
When you see Chris and what have you.
Oh, when I see Chris. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me check his two. Wow. Oh. And then it restarts as a completely different program for some reason. Oh, no. Okay.
It's silly.
C.
Yeah, see if you can press C. And then go to the... Yeah. Try full screen on.
There we go.
Is that better?
Yes. Ooh, should I auto-run then? But I feel like you kind of want to look at the stuff, though.
I always want to look at the stuff.
Yeah,
That's just me.
like the game's pretty. Wow, we seem so much taller now.
You have so much more room.
Yeah. Hold on. I can probably full screen this now. Get the screen.
Actually, while you're catching up back to where we were,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make food really quick.
Okay. Tale of Deltarune. It's a high bulldozer. Actually... Oh, now it wants to be a regular size. That's so fucking weird. It's so funny. It's okay. Want that. Let's speed read this. We're gonna ignore him. There. Click on. Click on. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I read that. I'm just a normal person. Me too. He just likes his boss, but doesn't care enough to quit. Yeah. Nice. I think we're right here, right? Oh yeah, I need water. Hold on.
It's a penguin. Hi, I picked you up. I picked you up. You don't like when I pick you up. Can I pick you up?
Sorry to make you wait. I'm back. I returned with food. Also, how are you guys doing in chat?
Water.
Oh, you're fine, no worries.
I was like, well, I think we're caught up, and since you're gone, I'll get water. And if he was like, where's my treat? I'll spoil.
Oh, Pee-wee.
I have water.
I made steak for dinner yesterday, so I'm having leftovers.
Thick.
Mm.
Oh. Pizza man. Mamma mia, I'm top chef. My latest cake worked me to exhaustion. So I took a little nap, but mamma mia, a scary noise woke me up. Beast was hunched on the side of the table, eating the cake like an animal. I spritzed it with water, and it hissed and ran off. My wonderful cake is overheating somehow.
Aw, Chris, that sounds like Susie. We must be going the right way.
Jesus Christ.
Let's try to keep her out of any more trouble.
Looks good though. I mean, if you're not gonna. Maybe the cake
Smoldering.
smoldering. I think she got the munchies, dude. She's hotboxing. Take a piece? Okay. The broken cake was added to your key items.
Key items. Can you take another piece?
Oh, what? Remains of a cake are still smoldering. You want a piece, Ralsei? No. Guess he doesn't. Alright.
Oh, he's coming to get you.
Oh, is yeah. Oh.
Rudin and Hathy blocked the way.
Uh-oh. Hey, yo. Oh.
Smells like a soft kiss.
Oh, oops. Called Kathy a sweetheart. I began to think about this. Call me.
Oh!
Give me the candy.
Dirt candy.
The candy.
Also, if you see Ralsei or Susie in your act menu, that's usually a stronger act that involves either Ralsei or Susie.
Oh, okay. I thought I would just start flattering him, and I'm like, well, check.
You might need to run
myself
for this.
Puzzle. I have to hurry. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh,
You did it. Yay!
hey! I didn't realize I did it.
Maze of Death.
Oh,
Behold, the Maze of Death. Prepare to get lost, clowns. Signed, Lancer.
oh.
Feeling lost yet? You must be utterly helpless among these twists and turns.
That was like one right.
Your sense of direction won't save you now. Signed, Lancer.
You're right. I don't know where East is. Some sort of enemy. Looks like they got clobbered. Oh, sweet.
Hey, wait! Where am I? Help! Somebody help! I'm lost! Signed, Lancer.
Yep, in the treasure chest. Inside was white ribbon.
White ribbon.
You put white ribbon into your armors.
That ribbon is armor, Chris. It increases defense. Why don't you try wearing it in the equipment menu? I think it'd look great on you.
Oh, shucks, really?
Fun fact, you can also put it on Ralse.
Oh,
He has a reaction for that.
it's no, not item.
I think it's the next one.
Equip-
Yeah. Go to Ralse, yeah.
Cuteness up.
A crinkly hair ribbon that slightly increases your defense.
Oh.
Chris, you're giving it to me? Well, does it look pretty?
Hell yeah, it does.
This little blush
Am
is
I
so
a
cute.
pretty girl?
Yeah.
You look like a
Am
girl.
I a pretty girl?
My pretty girl.
Hey, don't look! This sign's private! Signed, Lancer. Also, if you don't want me telling you how to play peacefully, let me know.
Nah, I'm good. I wanna play peacefully. I know how these
Okay.
games go. You either peacefully or else you'll be fucked. Essentially. We can do
Oh,
the fucked
goodness.
up later, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah,
Oh, it's just this way. Signed, Lancer. Oh, somehow you survived the maze.
it really wasn't.
But don't count your blessings before they hatch. Let's see how you fare against this team.
I just have to raise them up.
Yeah.
I ordered Ralsei to flatter all the enemies.
We don't need EXP. Just encountering your smile is reward enough.
Oh.
So, Hey! Why aren't you guys thrashed? You're totally outnumbered! You made a team of purely support enemies. Their bullet patterns aren't balanced at all. It's like a dinner made out of 3 glasses of milk.
What's wrong with that?
Well... And that's, unusual somehow?
See, he gets it.
Why don't we talk about this after the battle?
He has to bust out like the food pyramid.
Yeah. It smells like a soft kiss. That way. Yeah. Look at you go.
Oops.
Oh. You got this. Yay.
I'm so used to
Great job, Chris.
regular RPGs.
Sweet. How much do I get? You lost, Lancer. You don't get any. Oh. Can I have some of yours? No. Fine. Later, losers.
Hi again. So,
Sup? I thought you were running away. Yeah, I finished.
okay.
Okay, Lancer.
He's like, that's all the running away I've done. I'm gonna do.
I'm just going to say,
Oh, it's
yeah,
okay.
you'll want to continue. There you go.
Ugh, open up, you stupid door. Oh, great, it's you guys.
Susie! We were ever so worried about you. How did you get past those spikes before?
Walk through 'em. This door sucks.
Aw, don't worry, Susie. It'll open after we solve the puzzle over there.
Nice. Tell me when you finish it.
Susie, we need you to finish it. Sometimes proceeding will take all three of us. And furthermore, only Chris can seal the Dark Fountain. So, if you don't accompany us, you won't make it home.
So you're saying I have to stick with you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just get this over with.
Yahoo! Susie's back on the team. Cue the fanfare.
Oh. There's a fanfare.
Susie follows at a distance, such that no one can tell she's associated.
Alright.
Oh, Susie. Sounded like a door opened.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Chris, I just realized Susie missed the tutorial.
Let's beat that thing.
Next battle, we should show her how to act. I think she might really enjoy that.
I'm sure she would love to hear what you tell her what to do and how to act. Attack violently. Oh,
You're probably gonna want to warn it.
that's valid. I want to see around about Susie. Seems fairly cognizant of what that means. Hey, wait, why the hell are you giving the enemy advice?
So we don't accidentally hurt it?
Hurting it is the point, you moron. It attacked us, so it dies. Simple, right?
But Susie, but what if the enemy might be, nice?
Okay, yeah, there's a word for that.
Oh? What is it?
Striking first. Ugh, you idiots, it got away!
Wow, that was close, Chris. Maybe I should talk to her. I sneaked by and made a sign. Signed, Lancer.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Susie, I suppose you missed what I said earlier. As heroes, we have the power to make a peaceful future. So, from now on, let's try to avoid fighting, okay? What if you just took it easy on them? If you weaken an enemy, then I can use my pacify spell, which can put exhausted people to sleep.
Yawn. Yeah, you talking is already doing that.
Well, just think about it. We might have to warn enemies about her, Chris.
Hi. Hey kid. You wanna buy a tutorial? It's only $50 dark dollars. I got dark candy. You want some candy, stranger? You want candy from a stranger? Buy? Really? You'll really buy it? Right this way, gentle nurse?
Gentle nurse.
Ooh.
Hey, welcome, travelers. What do you like to buy?
Dark burger. Ooh. Good orange.
Take your time. What kind of junk you got?
Oh, we have 200.
Alright, give me an item.
Whoa, that's worth a lot. Damn, you'd be selling star candy for 40, I sell it for 13. What you running here?
Mhm. Take your time. Ain't like it's better spent. Don't have anything better to do? The name's Sham. Pronounced Sham. And this is my little shop. Over the years, I've collected odds and ends.
Why you got a VTuber plushie?
Of course, I have no attachment to any of it. It's just a hobby of mine. Like that VTuber plushie. Around here, you'll learn to find ways to pass the time, or go mad like everyone else. Long ago, Darkners lived in harmony with the Lightners. They were like gods to us, our protectors, our creators, those who gave us purpose. Then one day, we were all locked away in this prison, and the Lightners never returned. Embittered, the king took up arms and aims to take revenge upon the Lightners that left us behind. Of course, even among his troops, some still distantly hope that the Lightners will return. Historically, this land was ruled by the 4 kings from Card Castle to the east. But recently, a strange knight appeared, and 3 of the kings were locked away. The remaining king put him and his strange son into power. This land hasn't seen this much chaos since... Well, you don't need to know about that.
Maybe I do. We're legendary.
So you are the heroes who are going to seal our fountain? Good luck. It makes no difference to me. Neither light nor dark hold a future for a Darkner in my condition. Take your time. Ain't like it's better spent.
Let's see what we got. Defensive charm.
Yeah, if you get at least 2 amber cards, you can hand one to Susie and one to Chris.
True. Then I won't have enough to to buy the tutorial.
Oh, true.
Do I want the tutorial? Buy one.
Yeah, you can buy one. I'd hand it to Chris.
And I'm
I think you
assuming
can come back here
I
later.
need the glow shard, so. What was it? C. Oh wait, Chris.
You can take it from her. You already put it on her.
Oh. I thought you meant I could take it afterwards. Hold on.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Oh. I believe in you. You got this. And then, yeah. I think you can press a different button on the amber card. But I don't remember.
She literally says, "Hey, hands off." Do you see that on the bottom?
Yeah.
She's not letting me take it. What card?
Susie makes her own choices. Let me open up my Deltarune.
I mean, unless she's like literally not gonna let me touch it off of her. She's like, "Fuck off! Don't touch me, bro."
You gave it to me.
Yeah.
Why the fuck do you want it back?
Yeah. Or I could buy another one, equip it, and then sell the dark candy. But I feel like that's useful.
I think you might be able to buy another one. Because I think you already bought the tutorial.
Oh. You seem so excited. Ow.
See you again or not.
God damn, Susie.
Susie is very, again, makes her own choices.
Uh-huh.
You do not control her.
But also good for her, I guess. Apparently mine don't matter.
Susie the Violent Tormentor is now your ally. The power of Mean Girls shines within you.
Huh? I'm sorry, we're normally puzzle guys, but been forced to do tutorials just to make ends meet. When the king got power, he fired everyone and replaced all the puzzle makers with him. Rules card.
Rules card.
Rules card. Lord of the puzzles. Be careful.
Use the rules card.
Hole goals. Every hole is a goal. $1 monthly tutorial weekly. $10 weekly tutorial monthly. $100 stop making tutorials. Donation hole. If you like our tutorials, please throw your money into a hole. We put $1 in the hole. The hole became full. Okay.
I like the hole is in quotation marks. I'm DP Master. Ask me about DPs.
TP.
TP? What's TP? That's what lets you cast spells, see? When you see that orange bar, cast some spells and then it's filled up far. TP. It's quite the caper. TP stands for toilet paper.
See, that's what I was saying.
No, it stands for tension points.
Toilet paper.
What? Really?
His face. Hey, give me a secret.
TP only lasts inside a fight. Once you win, it's out of sight. Having extra feels unbearable. No point in saving, it's straight up terrible. But leftover TP turns into extra money at the end of a battle. You mean I only should have been using one square?
You guys are terrible tutorials.
I'll let you take that one.
Oh, I'm Ralsei mastered. Ask me about Ralseis. Eh. Pacify. Rousey's spell is called Pacify. Use it on babies before they cry.
What? It safely removes a tired enemy from combat.
What if you're fighting a baby? Give me a secret from Rousey. Oh no, he doesn't have one. Fact. Rousey loves when you give us money. He will hug you and call you honey.
Hey, that's not true. You don't need money to get me to do that.
Aw. Susie Master asked me about Susie's. Let me take fact. Susie loves when you give us money. She will. Nope, don't care. Did I say something funny?
I'm Chris Master. Ask me about Chris's.
Oh.
It's a good idea to give us bucks. It'll make you happy and fill you with lux.
I thought you were gonna wrap that with something else.
Over there is our donation hole. We had a box, but it got stole. It got stole.
It got stolen. Suck the people. Door.
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 Well, flip my flapjacks. The clowns are back in town. Well, bad news. Since you last saw me several minutes ago, I've created a brand new fighting team ready to stop you. Not even the purple girl can stop me now. Are you ready to be?
Stop. Stop talking. Ho ho ho. What is that? Why are you saying that?
It's my evil laugh. Scary, right?
Uh-oh. Was she about to traumatize you, brother? Sound like a baby Santa Claus.
You mean like in a badass way?
Shut up. Uh-oh.
Oh.
You really think you know how to be scary?
Well, I...
Wrong. Man, I want to be tough guys like you really piss me off. Face it, you wouldn't know scary. If it picked you up and bit your face off.
That's not true.
Oh, really? And why don't we prove it? We'll start with the part where your face gets spit off. Ah ha 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 ha.
Oh, okay, I get it. Thank you, purple girl.
What?
Thanks. It was kind of you. To teach me how to be scary with an evil laugh.
Hey, I wasn't...
And now? You're going to be thrashed.
That is better.
Merry Christmas!
Susie's like nodding, like, you know, that wasn't bad. Yeah. I guess that's kind of an improvement. Board of Jigsaw-ries blocks the way. I also gotta warn you guys.
Yeah.
Say warn the
If you're
enemies
fighting
about
with Susie for a bit.
Everyone went on guard. Put up your
I have
dukes.
a rent payment to make.
Jigsaw is wishing it could quit its job. Yeah,
Me too.
real shit. Yeah, warned. Friend. Spare.
I think Yeah.
Very little finger end.
Friends? I was thinking the same thing!
Oh, you little bunnies. Oh.
We're friends now, la la!
And yet, you do this to me.
Smells like cardboard. You can spare both of them now.
Oh.
If you back out of that. Yep. There you go.
Away with you. Nice, we got money. I guess door?
As the Rel say between us, I'm glad to teach you about sparing.
It's a long door frame, but for some reason you can't see through it. Okay.
Oh, look, Chris, another puzzle.
Oh no.
Let's read the instructions. The instructions are vandalized. It says, "Thou'st fools, thou will never figure it out now." Ruining instructions? That's definitely against the rules. Then it, says, "P.S. I make my own rules. RK."
I do really like his design if it's what I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that explains that. Why don't we just climb over this spiked fence?
Because then we'd get impaled and die?
Cool. I'll work on that and you do the puzzle.
Try your best, Chris.
Can I push these? Oh yeah.
Look at you go. Great job, Chris. I think you're onto something.
Hey Chris, give it whatever you feel like it. It's all good. No, see, again, my arms come into play here. My two limbs. Nobody wanted to partner with me before, but here I am a god.
Here I am a god. Woohoo! You did it, Chris! Great job!
Wahoo.
Woohoo!
Damn, didn't get to impale myself. You can still do it. Oh well, come on, chumps.
Woohoo!
Wahoo!
Good job, Chris.
Hey, guy.
Various guys appeared.
Warn them. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
You got this. Happy has a little secret.
A little secret. Just a normal person.
I'm just a normal person.
Sure. He's like, I'm just a civilian. What's happening? Ew.
I'm making tea later. Would you like any? Long live the guy who pays us.
I think you're a surf dog. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Happy is whispering a lovely spell. Since they're both yellow, you can spare them both.
Oh, crap. away with you.
Yay!
Woohoo! Damn, we're even rich in this. Why you want to go back to school? School sucked. Besides my mom's hugs.
When you step into the light, you'll return to where you were before.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Did you call the light a bitch?
Yeah.
I carry you.
Oh.
Oh. Pawn man drew near.
Pawn man. Hi, pawn man. Pawn man
Pawn man listened politely.
Despite having no ears.
What's it listening to?
Oh.
Oh. Ah.
Oh, Susie fell asleep.
You can spare that one and have Ralph sing to the other one.
Alright. Alright. I have to...
Oh, you have to do the act. Never mind.
Yeah.
Here we go. And then you could spare both.
Ouch. I guess I'll go to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Okay, damn it. Bitch.
So you've begun to cross the Great Board. The halfway point to our castle. Impressive. So, it's a shame you won't be able to make it a step further. 'Cause my guys are about to smash you into blood. Lots of blood, splooshing blood, very gross and bad.
Gross and bad.
Hey, purple girl, was that scarier?
Why are you asking me?
Because you're really cool at being terrifying. I want to be as scary as you.
You want to be like me?
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid. But, the new laugh isn't awful. I say that you turn us into blood is, cool. What the hell is up with the bucket, though?
It's to put the blood in.
To save Kifi. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not, supposed to make a mess. Anyway, thanks for your feedback. I'm really feeling scary.
No problem, I guess. So, are your guys gonna attack us, or?
Oh, yeah! I was so excited I forgot to bring any guys. But next time, it'll be the end for... Hey, I've just been calling you guys clowns. Does your team have an official name or something? Oh, Chris, we should come up with a name.
No, we shouldn't.
Then it's decided. Everyone puts a name in the bucket. All right, everyone's put in their entries.
Chris writes clowns. The slip.
Blue person, you can choose. Since you look like you don't care.
Aww. The thing is, I do care. Neat paper, crumpled paper, lancer paper. Susie would come up with something cool.
I'm so curious.
Take the crumpled up piece of paper. You open it up.
Okay, and your name is? I don't think I'm allowed to say this one.
It's pronounced the Beep Squad.
Whoa, I'm not allowed to say tier 2 swear words. Wow. You three's collective dad must be very cool. Collective dad.
Our collective dad.
Could we perhaps consider a different name?
Or I'll say you didn't have to be in our squad.
Yeah! How about I be in the squad and you be the bad guy? Here, call up my dad. Tell him he has a new son. One that has to take a shower every time he reads a swear word. Okay, fine. We can keep the name. I just won't say it. Haha, me too! See ya, losers! It's shower time!
Well, we're the fuckwits now. The power of the fuck squad shines within you. Oh.
I need you to know, I'm pretty sure Ralsei's paper said the fun gang.
I figured he'd say some shit like that. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thou stiff.
Oh, welcome in! Hi! I know them. Hello. Hee
Wow.
Oh, you got a guy.
What a guy.
3 guy.
Yeah. It's fine. I'll warn them, and then we'll sing them to sleep.
Beep bye.
Be bye bye time.
You know, I was just about to say you were getting good at the
Yeah,
battle.
no, don't say that. You're jinxing it.
I didn't say it!
By thinking it, it got me that one at the end. Ah.
I think, are you fighting it?
There you go.
Are you smacking it?
Smacking it. That.
Oh.
Onto that one.
Soft and entrancing lullaby. I believe in you.
And everybody should shrink us just a little bit. Okay. Cool.
You sang them all to sleepies.
There's the babies.
And also Susie to sleepies.
Yeah, good.
She's taking a nap. She was grumpy.
Keeps her from killing all these guys. I mean, I can't believe her. They gave her a big axe, but now she can't use it.
Yeah.
They gave me this sick-ass sword, but for what? Uh-oh.
Your wooden sword.
Oh. Hello there, Hoshi. Menra?
Manor.
Men are scary, but they're doing is following the king. Us on the board used to have our own boss. Those were peaceful times. But now even the boss has been reduced to the king's peon.
Fear not, we, unlike the simple pawn men, possess full faculty over our actions. I, Mr. Society, am far too intelligent to ever bow down to such a tyrant. Unless he asks me. He's very scary, you see.
Sounds like it.
Well, step on my boots. If it isn't the name I'm not allowed to say,
The fuck squad.
you boys or girls better turn your back while you can. Lancer, what is it this time? Oh, I'm simply warning you. Something extremely dangerous is lying ahead. Oh, it's actually really inconvenient. I can't go home at all because I'm so scared.
What is it? Oh. One of those violent things.
Hey, little guy.
Oops. Ah. My mouse clicked on something else.
Are you able to alt-tab
There you
into the
go.
game?
That what's you're afraid of?
Wow, purple girl, you weren't scared?
Why would I be? What's it gonna do?
Well, normally.
Oh. Oh. And big. Oh.
It crushes people to death, I think.
Here it comes. Explain to K Round about the importance of dodging Susie's attack. I didn't seem to understand. Oh, I didn't understand. I tried. I really fucking did. Oh. K Round shuffles furiously. Ouch.
Oh.
Fine.
Try deep
We
bowing.
will respect you. Oh.
That's it, Chris. If we can get its crown off, it should turn back into a little guy. Susie, help us bow at it.
Nah, no crown will come off. When I smash this guy into the ground. Oh, no. No.
Do you like its attack?
Toe dirt?
The crown is 20% loose.
20% loose.
Oh.
Karen felt stressed out and attacked. Karen practiced self-care. Karen's HP and attack went up.
Susie, stop attacking it! You're making it stronger!
Psh. And let it think I'm afraid? No way. Get him. breath. Oh no. Come on.
You're almost there.
Kitty guy. Oh,
Goodbye.
nice. We did it?
Wow, you clowns really are heroes.
Fuck squad.
You saved the next 20 minutes of my life.
Yeah. I'm pretty great, huh?
Susie? Not to downplay your contributions, but you didn't actually help at all. You only made everything worse by attacking it. If you had just acted nice to it in the first place, we could have avoided that entire battle.
Huh? Are you for real? That thing was bloodthirsty. The only thing keeping it at bay was my axe.
And earlier, you terrorized those troops.
Those guys were enemies. They're for terrorizing.
Yeah, she's right! And before that, you ate an innocent person's cake.
Cakes are also my enemy.
Susie, whether you like it or not, you're a hero. One with the power to bring peace to the future. Could you please start acting like one?
Yeah, when you lay it out like that. I've been a pretty bad hero, haven't I? Alright, Rouse, you got it. I'll change my ways. From now on, I won't be such a rotten hero anymore. I'll just be one of the bad guys instead.
Really? You're going to be on my team?
Yeah, sounds way easier, honestly.
Susie, you can't just...
The more you tell her, the more she doesn't want to, Rouse.
Toothpaste boy. Susie is my comrade now.
Ha, yeah, toothpaste boy.
We're going to have monogrammed track jackets.
Sick. Yeah.
And sleepovers where we tell each other secrets.
Yeah? Anyway, see you guys never.
Haha, if you can even last that long. Chris, perhaps I shouldn't have been so hard on her. But I just worry that if Susie is too eager to fight, then, well, let's just be kind to her, okay, Chris? I'm sure Susie will come around soon. You can go in the door now.
Behind the door. It grows thick above your head. The power of the forest shines within you. Sweet. What's up, dude? Hey, kid, we managed to fix up this old thingamajig for you. Some kind of door. It can take you anywhere you want in the world. As long as it's one of 2 locations. Anywho, we'll keep working on it. Anything to help you out, kid. Is it because I gave you $1?
Yeah. Whoa there, horsey. Mr. Society and the puzzle guy fixed that door. Since it was just the 3 of us, it should work without any issues. Anyhow,
Hi,
hoping it
Spoony.
helps you deal with the king. Oh, hello! Hi, Spoony!
Hi, what are you guys playing? Oh, thank you for the follow. Let's see, Spoon. Crime scene cleaner? Ooh, how is that? I saw that, I saw like a TikTok of it. Car teleport sound that WAF. It's pretty fun, yeah? Oh yeah. Also, like, Ricky made these PNGs for us. Yellow. Right?
Is that when we spare you?
But I'm
Thank you,
playing
thank you.
Deltarune for the first time. He's guiding me.
Hoping I can be a good guide.
Hell yeah. We're hugging. We're using our 2 limbs.
Yeah,
We are.
and we got a cool name for our.
We're a group. Yeah, the fuck squad. It's a door. Where will you go?
Field or the forest?
We're in the forest. So, I'll go back to the field. Here. Do I need to be
think,
back here?
You can access the shop through here. Maybe if you go that way.
Eh.
Possibly? I don't remember.
Yeah.
There you go.
Um,
Hmm. You can get more of the amber cards.
Yeah. Guess I don't really need a sword, so
Yeah, get one more. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. Because then you can fill up the
yeah, the armor slots.
armor slots, yeah.
Okay.
Ralphie's cuteness.
The cuteness set is important.
Yeah. Shum!
Okay. F your party immediately. Our Mean Girls does not shine within you.
Damn.
Fair enough.
What do you think of Deltarune so far?
It's funny. I like it. I'm scared about it getting harder, but we'll see.
As it gets harder, you'll get better. I believe in you.
Oh.
Oh.
Banui. Rabbit.
Rabbit.
There's its way.
There you go.
Revolve. Oh. Oh, the face. A refreshing, boy. Oh no, oh. Wow. Rabbit
Oh.
emits a musty groan. Oh. Nice.
Bunny-shaped hole. Susie! Lancer! Well, if it isn't the so-called heroes.
Fuck squad. Are you finally ready to see what happens?
When you try to act soft?
Against a team that crushes anyone in their way?
Dark Jack Lancer.
Violent Axe Susie. Together we are... The Dark Fuck Squad.
So, what's your, evil plan?
He's gonna have to shower after this. Huh? Dude, we just formed our team. We haven't done anything past our intro yet.
Have a little patience, please. Oh, sorry. We're, looking forward to the rest.
Heh, well, you don't have to look forward for long.
Starting now, we're going to work ceaselessly
Unstoppably.
to make an evil plan to thrash you clowns.
Fuck squad. Watch your backs.
And your fronts.
Dude, they plagiarized us. What the fuck?
I love that Chris Chris just looks directly at the camera.
He's like, you see this fuck? Oh, you see this fuck shit?
Oh.
Mushroom? No mushroom.
Mushroom?
Hey guys, you guys stumped? What's up? It's a stump with some kind of dinner hole in it. A what?
How's the evil scheming going?
Huh? Oh, that? We, got bored, so we're having a snack.
I see.
Come on, all I ate for breakfast was chalk.
And I didn't eat anything. Sorry, what are you two having exactly?
Dinner hole!
It's just a daily treasure I hid in this stump's orifice. And that is... Feast for yourself, my main man. Chris, do you want to, try it?
I'll try it. There's a honey pot of salsa inside the stump. Eat some salsa. It covered something. Not HP, just something. My fiesta.
Your party?
My... Hey, what's in this?
I don't know.
Cool, stump salsa. Oh no. That guy freaky, whoever that fucking... What's this? Why he got the whip? Why he got the whip puzzle out? What the fuck? Freaky riddle maker. Oh no, I need to run, don't I? Oh fuck. Jeez. Ooh.
Oh.
I want to see what was on there. Ah, this. I thought I was far enough.
It's there to smack you.
Be
Be careful.
telling you, freaky. Freaky, oh.
I'm just a little ball. I don't want to discuss anything.
God, yeah. Me after I get home from work. You folks look like heroes. Take the scarf from this chest and defeat the king. Besides, it's old, ragged, and doesn't fit me anymore. That's what chests are for. It's kind of a hand-me-down situation in there. Okay. Open the treasure chest. Inside was a ragger. Put the ragger in your weapons.
That's a weapon for Rousey.
Oh.
It's a Rousey-shaped weapon.
Because it's a scarf.
Scarf.
Mm.
You went the opposite way the thing was going, so I was scared for a second.
It's okay. I got it.
Oh.
Oh.
Here's a sign. Enter the password. Note, due to everyone forgetting the password, it's written on the top. Oh.
Then add a mustache over there.
Hey, like this?
Haha, yeah, that's perfect.
How's the scheming going along, you two?
Hey, don't look! Spoilers, dude!
You might have an easier time with this puzzle.
What's this do? Oh, I see. Oh. Ah, okay. Hey, thanks for doing the puzzle for us, losers!
Thank you so much, losers. We were having trouble.
Fuck squad. I keep getting our name wrong. We, need this. Fair enough. I thought it'd be funny. The password's name everywhere. Ah, fuck. Oh no. Diamond?
Go all the way to the... Wait, go all the way to the left?
Okay.
There you go.
Spade, diamond.
Club.
Club.
This battle's fun.
Oh yeah.
That guy? Yeah.
Spade. I see.
Diamond. You don't have to switch it. Diamond. Switch it. Oh.
Oh, switch it now?
Yeah.
But then, when it turned to diamond?
Yeah, so, do the spade.
Submit.
Diamond. Switch it. Club. Or spade. There we go.
Switch it.
Switch it. There you go. Do you want to try and fight that guy?
As well. Oh. The blocks are...
Mm-hmm. Rearrange.
Oh. Ah. Proceed to choose.
Yeah.
Oh. Boxer's pleased with his miso.
There you go.
Maybe. There you
Interesting little fight.
Yeah. Ooh. Dice brace. You put the dice brace in your armors. Bow bow. Break the box for a bracelet. Bow bow. It will boost your defense. The king wants
The king
to...
wants to eliminate lighteners, but we didn't agree with that. We escaped, but the others were arrested.
Oh, such mean bowels.
Ah.
Is that better? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I'll need it, but
It's good to
yeah.
have it just in case. You might need it at some point.
Fair enough. Oh,
Round 2. At least now you know how to fight him.
yeah, see.
Look how happy he is.
It helped. It's fine. Extra money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh. RK came by. What a hunk. You've analyzed the puzzle to stop the Lighteners, but we know the answers. Oh, you want to get through? Of course we'll tell you. The first symbol is a heart. Haha, just like love. Does that help? Yeah, it helps. It's heart. How about you?
Symbol puzzle? All the symbols were different, I think. You can, still see the colors they were, too. Sorry, I can't be of any more help.
Huh? Symbol puzzle? Why should we care? None of the symbols are clubs. It's downright insulting. Okay, so no clubs.
A heart,
and
a
heart
diamond,
first.
and a spade. So, heart, spade, diamond.
Heart.
Switch it. Oh wait, yeah, no, switch it. Spade,
Spade.
switch it. Oh,
Maybe it was diamond.
yeah.
So,
Okay. There you go.
Uh-oh.
Hey, it's my birthday today.
And you didn't even say hello?
That's fine, actually.
Stop and say hi, folks.
Shut up. They don't deserve us.
Hey, calm down, you two.
Let's celebrate my birthday.
Yeah, get ready to hurt.
Oh, I'm so sorry about this.
Clover. Talk B-Day?
So, what would you like for your birthday?
You idiot, ask for a gift. Discuss our likes. Let's have a nice chat. I think you should talk about something else.
It's my birthday. We're triplets. What? No, it's my birthday.
Oh. Oops.
What?
You want to talk about boys?
What kind of boys do you like? Cute ones.
Nice ones like I am.
None. I mean, all.
It's like Clover enjoyed talking about that.
Hi, Abram.
Abram. Oh, whoa. Oops. Let's get out of tune. Sports.
You guys like, sports? I want to eat a football.
Sports, my favorite food.
Oh, I love you too.
Seems like Clover enjoyed talking about that.
And spaghetti and tennis balls.
That's genius.
We really agree on. Oh no, Rouse.
Oh no, Rossi.
Oh no, Rouse.
Oh no, Rossi.
We need you, Rouse. I think you can give Rouse an item.
There you go. Have some dark candy, bud.
Let's get to know you.
Get out of here.
Sorry about this. And then Rouse, I think, try defending from Chris. And then magic. And pacify.
There you go.
There you go.
Need to heal though. What?
Oh, there's a
Is
healing
this it?
spot.
Well. Out of the woods, a bake sale stands quietly. Power of recurring bake sales shines within you. Bake sales. What you got?
Interested in a Choco Diamond? All proceeds go to Root and Relief Funds, I guess. It's only 40 dark dollars.
Okay.
Thanks, I guess. The Choco Diamond was added to your items.
Hefty offers a heart donut. Oh.
Yo, you go.
Proceeds go
You
to
already
Hefty's
going.
health. It costs $40. I get it. Heartstitched was added to your items. Oh boy.
Greetings, gentle clowns. May we interest you in a Lancer cookie?
All proceeds go to kicking your ass.
It's a mere $40. Yeah.
uh. Thanks.
The Lancer cookie was added to your items.
We're getting cheated by us.
Now we may fund our illicit plans.
Was it to buy a cookie? Alright, so how should we split this jelly donut?
I'll take the blood and you take the skin.
If I may ask, how does a donut fit into your plan?
All real plans allocate for delicious treats.
Sounds like you need to go to plan school, Dr. Two-Pace. We're Skippy school!
Oh, yes. Earn a second doctorate, smart genius.
Am I being made fun of?
Donuts. Oh. Well, well, I'm the Smith of Malleus. I can fix anything. Weapon, armor. I can even fix you. Well, well, what will it be? Favorite item to fix? Huh? The cake
Like
is
to get fixed.
seething with energy. You must let me fix it. We need to get Susie to rejoin us before we do that.
You want to fix Susie?
All of us. Aha! Let's feel my technique. A broken cake was fixed beyond recognition. Broken cake became the top cake. It's truly a tremendous cake. Use its power wisely. Sure.
There's another
fix me.
streamer who did a voice for him, and they gave him like Johnny Bravo's voice.
Yo, mama.
Wha-ha!
Wahaha. Body's weapon too. You must take care of it from time to time. Haha! Oh, I see where you get it from. Let's feel my technique. Oh. Somehow, everyone's HP was restored. Well, well, don't you feel better after a nice massage? Haha. Oh, ha. Okay.
Yay!
Another guy.
Another guy.
And another guy. Oh. He didn't even care.
He's pleased.
Please. Oh, you interrupted my training.
He's
Oh, it's Tetrising. I was like, these are
He
slow.
Tetrises at you.
Yeah. Tetris is at you menacingly.
Yay!
Whee! Alright, let's check you out.
Before the king came along, I used to eat leaves from this tree. Now I still do that. Such is the way of the worm.
True. I saw a TikTok today where they said, you know how you heard about crabs kind of being peak evolution?
Mm-hmm.
Because like six...
Oh,
like
wait.
it's...
Before you go, so, you see the middle there where the path? Yeah.
Ah. Treasure chest inside was $40. We can split a jelly donut. Fuck those guys.
I would like to split a jelly donut with you.
But now they're arguing that the peak evolution is worms.
Worm.
Because technically, there's so many species of worm.
Would you still like me if I was a worm?
Worm.
Sorry. The way you said worm and right into them immediately after.
Oops.
Oh, woe is me. Rows of woes and woes. If only a hero would help.
Lancer? Is everything alright?
Oh, I'm not Lancer. I'm just a sweet little boy.
It was a full mustache.
Why does a sweet little boy have a mustache?
As a disguise.
So, what kind of help do you need?
See, I have this evil plan that I need to make.
And why does a sweet boy need an evil plan?
To impress his cool friend Susie.
Chris, it's for friendship.
Ah.
Well then, we'll gladly help. What shall we do?
It's all on the paper, you delicious little apple. And just fill it with the most evil thing you can imagine. Let the clown-generated content begin.
Create a machine to thrash your own ass. Presented by Lancer Industries, which was just made up right now. Create... Oh.
Create a machine to thrash your own ass.
Flame. Oh, thank you for the follow. Matt Foss calls.
Hello.
You can go duck all the way.
Garbage. You're going to lose points. Or laser. Gun. Plane. Wheel. Tank. Tank. Sneak. Wheel. Tread. There we
You
go.
can change the colors.
Wait.
Click flame, and then I think go. Yeah. Make it purple.
Nice. Purple. Purple. Shoe color. There you go. Perfect.
Wow, looks nasty. Are you sure you aren't evil?
No.
We must
I
make sure
suppose
that
we
you
just
do
have
not
an act
appear
for
here
it.
again. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
Haha, tricked you idiots. Never do something someone else can do for you.
She's got leaves in her hair.
This thing's like... hey, why did you draw something like... Looks like you guys want to kiss?
It's okay to express yourself, Chris.
Wait, what did I draw? Did I just draw Yaoi in the corner? Anyway, great job, Lancer. They were sitting ducks.
Yes. And it's all thanks to our enemies. Thank you very much. Thrash you later.
Hi, Mama.
Mala! Okay.
We gave him guns. It's okay. Hi, Mala. We're playing Deltarune.
Deltarune.
Deltarune. Oh. You opened the treasure chest. Inside was the revive mint. Put a revive mint in your items.
That's a full revive.
Sweet. I don't think there's more over there.
There is a chest, but I don't remember how to grab that.
Oh, damn.
I believe in you.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Interesting. Maybe check like the
Oh, I see that.
yeah.
Mm.
Interesting.
Mm.
Do, 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 do.
Bum, bum, bum.
Hmm.
Strange. And I don't see any of those like flat parts in the path.
Yeah.
How do I get down there?
Would you like a spoiler?
Mm.
Someone says go to the bottom left part where there's like those 4 ballerina
Mhm.
things. You should be able to walk down an invisible pathway on the bottom middle section of that.
Hold on a second. Ah.
Rabbits. How are you doing, Mala?
Ooh. I guess we don't.
The refreshing boy.
Ah.
Oh no. Oh no! The refreshing boy got you. It appears you have reached an end. Will you try again? Then the future is in your hands.
Ah, flashbang.
Ah, when you created the machine to thrash your own ass.
Ah. There. That's where I was. Slow down. Slow down. A little bit.
Good luck.
A sweet and fresh girl.
You bitches. You bitch. You bitch.
Just spare 2 of them.
For a couch to get stuck under.
She's a dust bunny.
Oh, cute. There we go. Treasure chest inside was a broken key B. Put broken key B in your key items.
Ah.
Yeah, okay. No, no. What? No.
Oh.
You gotta spear.
Oh wait, I gotta swear it.
Oh,
Oh.
well.
Whoa, okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, now we know.
You blew them away.
No way. Okay.
Could you do me a favor?
What's up?
Can you check your items?
HP.
It looks like Lancer's face. 5 HP? Question mark? Can we look at the key items?
Yeah.
Middle part of it. Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Oh, you know what? I bet I know what that's for.
Oh. Oh.
You're gonna want to run.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. You bitch. Oh, you bitch.
Ring the bell?
Oh. Oh
Oh no.
no, did I miss it? Let's do it again. What the fuck was that? Hello? Hello? These birds are pissing me off. I'm the original Star Walker.
I'm the original Star Walker.
Listen there and look carefully. Darker it gets, the more you can see.
Revolve around the center.
Oh.
Carefully.
Carefully.
The darker it gets, the more you can see. You'll need to revolve around the center.
Tree blocking the way. It might look like you can walk around it, but that's definitely not the case.
You gotta go around the center.
Okay. It's around the center. Oh.
There.
A little hard to see. There's a switch in the tree. Oh.
There you go.
Oh.
What?
What's up?
So, ready to be a good guy again, Susie?
Nah, I gotta say being a bad guy is pretty sweet. Not only is it way more fun than being good, but my teammate is proud of what I do.
Earlier, Susie ate a pine cone off the floor.
Yeah, and it was sick as fuck.
It gave her a terrible stomachache.
It was still sick as fuck.
It was very brave and cool.
Hell yeah, it was. See? Finally, some respect.
Please look at Lancer.
Somehow Prince Lancer's made real friends with a Lightner. Somebody should tell the king immediately. But it's definitely not going to be me. Whoever breaks the news is gonna get wrecked.
How's the thrash machine we designed going?
The what machine?
The one we put the flamethrower and all the guns on, that one.
The machine? We had a whole sequence about it.
Oh, that. Yeah, we'll make it at the last minute.
You two should really start working on it earlier.
What's with the lecture? I didn't come here for a second dad.
Yeah, you tell him. You're not my
You wanna talk to the
dad!
other guys?
By the way, beware yourselves of the forest maze.
You'll probably get completely lost. Without someone who knows the way through, that is.
Yeah, I know the forest like the back of my head.
Lightners, this girl's with you, right? She's forcing me to fan her. Please get her under control.
Nah, they're my enemies, actually. We split up because I was too evil for him.
Help! Help me! I don't want to fan forever!
Why does the king make us take care of his son? He's not a bad kid, but he's so weird and it's so obligatory. It's no wonder nobody really likes him.
Oh, Lancer.
Speaking of. Oh,
He knows the forest like the back of his head.
off the back of his head. So you take a right and a right. Oh,
So which way are we going next?
We're following you.
Oh, why? I have no idea where I'm going.
Chris, let's just go wherever Lancer doesn't go.
I'll check here. Just oh. Oh, bitches. Oh, oops. Oh, no. Oh.
Rabbit.
Oh, yeah.
A nice and tidy girl.
Oh,
So I guess I could just.
the bunnies were blown away. Woo.
Hey, losers. Wait a sec. Where's Lancer?
Well, he wasn't going the right way, so
You let him wander off by himself? You know he's bad at mazes, right? He's probably lost and confused right now.
I'm lost and confused.
sorry, Susie. We didn't mean to make you worry about him.
Huh? Look, I'm not worried about him. Bad guys gotta look out for each other is all. Anyway, get on my way. I'm gonna find him.
Seems she doesn't know the right way either, Chris.
The way he just looks. Oh.
Oh.
Damn, I was sure he went this way.
still trying to save Lancer from being lost?
No way, he can save his own damn self. But, tell me if you see him.
Chris, let's just go where Susie and Lancer don't go. We can figure out how to help them after we get through. Oh, I think you just
What?
go up.
Oh.
But you can health.
Yeah, what health?
We can, like, skate by the enemies. I believe in you.
Oh. Fucker. Oh.
Yay!
Uh-oh.
Chris, isn't that the machine that we designed? Alright, this will be tough, but let's try our best.
Tuna.
Oh, that's not good, actually.
Oh, you think that's bad? Just wait. And see what happens when it starts.
Your design sucked, so we blew it up.
Ah, I see. So, now what's your plan gonna be?
Turns out we didn't need a plan, just a rule.
Anyone that gets in our way?
Gets crushed in the dust.
But, Susie, you need us to return home. Doesn't crushing us seem a little counterproductive?
Nah, see, that's where you're wrong. You see, I know I can't get back without you guys. But being a good guy, well, really isn't my style. So I just thought of a little way we could just settle this. If you can beat me, I'll go back to being a good guy. But if you lose, you guys will have to become bad guys with us. And do whatever we say.
Our wish is your command.
So, what'd you say? The bar answering. They're just gonna thrash you anyway, so... See ya!
2 bad guys blocked the way.
Anything? Anything? Told her I'll save to compliment the enemies.
You two look like a really great team. I'm proud.
Lancer decided to become a little convinced.
Oh, it's working on me.
Yeah, flattery won't work on us. Ooh.
Oh, just barely.
I know. Susie and Lancer having an evil laugh contest.
Oh, you're fighting. There we go. Actually, go back. Act on Susie. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there we go.
Susie fell asleep.
Oh, what a beautiful song.
Now you can act on
Susie
Lancer.
and Lancer is making fun of you. You told Ralsei to logically best Lancer and Susie.
You two, if we don't stop fighting, then someone might get hurt.
Lancer became more convinced. It's working.
Really? That's bad.
Look at you go dodging those bullets.
I was like, you motherfucker. Because I was like, okay, dodge his bike. And all of a sudden, pam, pam, pam. tell Ralsei to offer his services to the enemies. Wait, Ralsei, no!
You two, if we stop fighting, then I could braid your hair.
Lancer became almost fully convinced.
Wow, I look amazing. Ooh. I think you should be fine to act against Lancer one more time.
So Ralsei to do with the final blow of kindness.
In summary, I like you two, and I think we should all just get along.
Susie blocked the sound waves before they reached Lancer. Try convincing someone that can't hear you.
Ah.
Heh, scored for the bad guys.
I'm blissfully ignorant.
True that.
I love Lancer. Okay. I guess put Susie to sleep.
If they sing a song and entrancing lullaby.
Oh, what a beautiful song! They're making fun of you, even though Susie is asleep.
She's asleep making fun of them.
I already read this.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong, dude?
I accidentally started liking the enemies. Now seeing them just makes me feel round and soft. Bad atmosphere for battle, though.
Well, if you don't want to fight, there's no point, I guess. Battle's over. Well, you didn't beat us, because you, kinda cheated by, ganging up on Lancer with,
Kindness!
But if I have to, I guess I'll go back to your side. But don't expect me to do anything but fight!
Well, we're happy to have you back, Susie.
Yeah. Let's just hurry up and go home.
Susie? Does this mean we aren't a team anymore?
Huh? I mean, of course we're still a team. You can, be a part of the Fuck Squad.
Wow, me? In the fuck squad? Wait. If I hang out with the good guys, then... Can we still have monogram track jackets?
Yeah, Ralsei will make them.
Huh? Okay, sure. Lancer joins the team.
Oh, the fanfare.
The fanfare. Lancer joined the party. I need you to go back and talk to Lancer
Okay.
a couple times. You can follow behind us, you know. Oh, okay.
Lancer?
I noticed you weren't doing that. Yeah.
Lancer?
Okay. I think you can go now.
Okay.
Lancer?
Lancer? Lancer? Yeah!
Yeah!
I took it, thank you.
Hello! Oh, hi, Roxas.
Hey, Roxas. Hey, yo. I don't think I turned tits on. I don't want my computer to blow up. But hey, we got cool PNGs.
We got cool PNGs.
Yeah.
Wow, this is cool. I've never been on such a big team before. Don't you have a legion of various guys? Yeah, but my dad forced them to listen to me. So they don't actually like me very much.
We don't need those clowns anymore. Just chill with us.
Aye, aye. Please note the fact that he does not have walk cycle.
He doesn't. He's just gliding. Man, I'm still hungry. It's like nothing I eat here matters. Should've spent more money for the bake sale, I guess.
I was thinking of baking a cake earlier.
What's the catch?
You have to stop making fun of me for one.
Pass! Don't see candy.
Look, Susie, a candy tree.
Hell yeah. Damn, the last piece is too high to reach.
Worry not, Susie. I have a special transformation for times like this.
Really?
Watch and learn, team.
The fentline!
Look! Stool form.
Oh. I thought it was fentlining.
All you did was put your hands on the ground.
Hey, don't act so jealous. Got it.
Ooh, tell me what it tastes like.
Huh? You haven't had it before?
Oh, I mean, I've always wondered what it's like. But I'm not allowed to pick it for myself.
Well, you tell me what it tastes like.
You're giving it to me? I thought you were hungry.
I, changed my mind.
Oh, Candy joins the team.
Where's the fanfare? Nice. Alright already!
I love you, Deltarune. There he goes.
It is. So, what's it taste like?
Yum, yum, yum! It tastes like friendship.
What's that taste like?
Like my teeth are disintegrating.
Haha, it's actually bad.
Yeah, but thank you for sharing. You're a good friend.
Well, you too, I guess.
Just walking along with you guys feels nice. Like I'm doing something important. That's because you're alongside the Lightners, Lancer. Our purpose, Darkner's purpose, is to assist them. It's the only way we can truly feel fulfilled. Really? But my dad hates Lightners. He wants to... Does your dad seem happy? I'm not sure.
Hey, let's ditch the weird purpose talk. Probably just glad you ate a weird berry.
Yeah, I'm still boosted from the juice.
I mean, look, I'm not from here, and hanging out like this has to feel kinda, you know...
Happy?
Psh, nah. Maybe.
Oh, Susie!
Everyone needs friends! The power of friendship. Oh.
Oh, look everyone, we can see the castle. Yes, that's where I live. Me and, my dad.
What's that black thing emerging from the top?
That's the fountain, Susie. If we can get there, you and Chris will finally be able to go home.
Jeez, took long enough. Ooh, beach cobbler. I want. Chris, Lancer, let's go. Uh-uh. Gonna have to kill your dad.
Are you sure there isn't another way home? The fountain is being guarded right now. If you try to go there, you might get hurt, and...
What? Come on, Lancer. No one's gonna beat a team like us. If anyone gets in our way, all we gotta do is crush them.
But what if you had to fight?
Everybody bleeds, right? Don't worry about it. Whoever it is, they'll be cold on the ground before you can blink.
But Susie...
What?
I think I need to go.
Huh? When are you gonna be back?
Never.
Hey, wait a second, Lancer! Why are you acting so weird?
Susie, wait!
Oh boy. Oh no.
The
What?
Lightners are approaching the castle. Get them!
Oh, bitches. Oh, bitches.
Be careful.
Ooh. Oh, you. Oops. Oop, oop, oop. No, you bitches.
Peach cobbler does sound good.
Right? Ah.
Oh.
Lancer! Oh. Hey, what are you doing?
We've cornered them.
Uh-oh.
Wait!
To the dungeons with you.
You poor Lightners. We were told to keep you in prison for eternity. Too bad. Would have loved to see you guys punished. Ha 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 ha. Ow. Well, this is a fine how do you do, isn't it, Chris? Imprisoned for eternity. That sounds like it might take a while.
Just a little bit.
And Susie! Where's Susie? We have to find her, Chris, before she gets hurt. Or, hurt someone else. And maybe there's something we can escape with in here?
From she only fashionable, take them. Okay. Crack in the wall. What could be inside? Small wall.
More wall.
Oh,
Can you go for
metal
the...
door. Rattle the
corner.
bars. It's no use. This gooey green stuff. Life cannot exist without consuming. Even moss drinks water. Perpetuate the cycle of existence? Okay. You ate the moss. Tastes mossy. HP was mossed out.
Moss.
Moss.
So, Chris, what did you find?
Moss.
What's all that green stuff
I
around
hated
your
it.
mouth? 2 minutes in jail and you've already started eating moss.
We gotta get accustomed to jail life.
You even put on prison shackles, so, you look like a prisoner for life. So you couldn't find anything?
Well, Chris, let's not give up hope just yet. But if we don't make it for
We
some
got
reason,
moss. We'll make it.
if we don't make it, then I just wanted to say, can I have some of that moss? I'm glad we were able to meet.
We got drywall too. We got wall in the wall. Hey, idiots! Can you shut up? I'm trying to concentrate.
What? Susie, where are you?
I don't know. Prison? Seriously though, I'm out of my cell. I sweet talked the warden and gave me the keys.
Susie, really? How?
I invited him to visit the trash can. Anyway, now there's a puzzle on the way.
Okay, solve it, Susie.
Killed him.
Killed him.
I don't do puzzles. Hey, how about we just sit tight and wait for an answer? He lives in the cancel. He's bound to come save us.
Why don't Chris and I just help you solve the puzzle?
Look, I don't need your help. But, if you said what to do out loud, you know, I wouldn't stop you.
Chris, tell Susie what to do.
Go to the corner and grab some moss.
And put it in your mouth as fast as you can.
Yeah, start shoveling moss into your mouth. Add spade, swap. Oh no, I should add. It's fine. I got it wrong, Susie. Looks like it reset.
Add spade.
So add spade.
Add diamond.
Diamond. Swap.
Swap.
Spade.
Add spade. Yeah.
Yes, we did it.
Great! Now come and free us.
Alright, alright.
Invited him to see the trash can. Thanks for helping her, Chris. She appreciates it. Chris, are you worried about Susie?
Yeah.
Well, regardless of how you feel, I don't think it would hurt to take a moment. Close your eyes and think about what she's doing now. Okay, Ralsei.
Alright, out of the cell. Where to next? I guess there's an eyeball over there.
Go left.
Hey, huh, Chris? Did you say something back there? I can't hear them anymore. I'll just go this way. Oh, well, that's a dead end. That's Lancer's voice. Damn, not another one of these. Maybe I should go back and ask Chris. And make sure they
Oh, that's me. And make sure they...
answer. I'll just do it myself.
Understand? They have to stay in their cells. The Lightners can't be allowed to escape.
Models go hard. Yeah, Ricky made them.
Oh, thank you!
Roxy says Susie because Winwinrobin. Can't say because it's spoiler.
Especially the purple one.
Lancer?
Susie! What are you doing here?
Lancer, Chris and Ralsei are still locked up.
I know. I was the one who told my troops to put you down here. To keep you down here. Forever.
Lancer, you wanted to get rid of us? I thought we were a team.
I can explain, Susie.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine, actually. You don't have to say anything. I get it. I get it, you know. Why would anyone only want to be my friend anyway?
Susie, that's not...
Shut up.
But... Oh.
Did you not hear me?
Pause for a moment. I think you're... Oh, you're back. Never mind.
Okay. Small F. Man, I tried to warn you. So, don't expect me to feel guilty when they have to clean you off the floor. Hey, wanna see what happens to traitors? Uh-oh. They get crushed.
Oh.
Ugh. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you. He's baby.
He is baby.
He's baby. Get it? I'll kill you. Oh. Heh, you missed, idiot.
He's trembling.
Wait, why aren't you fighting back? Because he wants to be your friend. You think I care? You just want to lie down and die? You're just making it easier for me. Ooh. Stop it! You're killing him! You're killing him! Alright, that's enough. If you want to die so much, then die!
Susie, you missed.
I don't want to kill you, man. Just move, please.
But Susie, if I let you guys go, then you and my dad will fight, and you'll kill each other. At least if you stay here, neither of you will get hurt.
Then I won't kill him. Promise. Me and him will just, talk it out. Peaceful style, you know?
I don't think my dad would like that.
He's racist. Hey, Lancer, come on. We're a team, right? Nothing can stop us, fighting or not, alright?
Yeah, you're right. We might as well try. I can help too. I'll go talk to my dad, ripen him up.
Hey, now we're getting somewhere.
I'll head over right now. Susie?
Yeah?
Are we still friends?
I did almost kill you. Huh? Of course. I mean, if you want to be.
Phew! See you.
How am I gonna get past his dad like that? Come on, I'll figure something out.
Oh, Susie. So that's why.
That's why you don't
Chris?
eat moss, okay?
But the moss. But the moss.
The moss gives me powers. The moss, it speaks to me. He's like tripping balls. Hey.
Susie, you came to save us. I knew you had a heart of a hero, Susie.
Yeah, don't push your luck. Da-da-da-da-da.
Join the party. Where's the fanfare?
Where's the fanfare? The hell is this?
Well, maybe because it's Susie's party, it doesn't have fanfare.
Nice. Let's check out. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa, oh, whoa! We are the 3 former kings. We beg you, free us! Once, all 4 of us ruled together, but when the night arrived, everything changed. Oh, my diamonds, my jewels! You must tell me if they're all right. Oh!
They're enslaved. I was arrested for making a puzzle without a license. I'll never make another word search, promise.
Since I didn't want to fight you guys, I got locked up. How can I? You guys seem way nicer than the king.
Ooh, animal crackers?
It's the original Star Wars.
Us animals used to be alone in these cages. Now everyone's here. So many new people. Wish you could go back to the good old days. It was just us in these filthy cages. You.
This jail is pissing me off. I'm the original Star Walker.
Star Walker.
Please talk to the cages.
Oh, to the cages.
The cages themselves.
Are you
enjoying the show?
Oh, I'm just the cage. No one talks to me.
I'm Golden Sam.
It's tough being the 4th cage. You really don't want to be last on that human centipede, you know?
No!
Hold on, might as well check. Oh, these eyes. Yeah, even I got arrested, and I'm just a pair of eyes. What's the world coming to? Were you standing out somebody's window? Then you deserve to be there, man. Ooh, elevator.
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 All right, this lift should
Yeah,
take us
British.
out of here.
The lift.
Now, it might take a while, so get comfy, everyone. Oh, Ralsei.
How do you know? Hey.
Ralsei. Oh, why did I read that?
You're excited to see Ralsei. You know Lancer's dad, the king?
Yes?
When we meet him, you think we'll have to hurt him?
Susie?
I mean, I could easily smash him, but you guys, I know that's not really your thing. You're more about groveling like total losers. Ralsei's just staring. And I was thinking maybe I could do that too?
Susie, you mean you want to try acting?
Well...
Susie, we'd be happy if you acted with us. And don't worry, we'll be there to help you. You won't have to figure it out by yourself.
Sure, alright. Hey, Ralsei.
Susie?
Are you... still gonna make those, cakes?
Well, will you stop making fun of me?
Well, if I have to, I guess.
Then I'll bake you as many as you like, alright?
Yeah, like you can make that many, dude.
Susie.
I want 10 billion pies.
Well, this is our stop.
Hey, Chris, wait a sec. You know, I'm starting to realize it'd be easier for us to get out of here. We all, get along a little more. So next time we fight an enemy, if you tell me what to do, I'll listen to you. But, you know, don't tell me anything stupid, or I'll go back to smashing heads, alright? Chris, counting on you, okay?
Susie joined the party for real.
For realsies this time. For realsies!
For realsies. Card castle. What's on that plaque?
Oh, whoa. Elevator to prison.
Elevator. Prison.
I didn't notice. Elevator basement, which just happened to have a lot of cages. And what else do you keep in the basement? Uh-oh. Stairs there. Student's room. Yes, that's the door. Ooh.
I think you're fine to be in there, yeah. Hey, it's you! You're that peaceful lightner. Whoa, you even tamed the beast that was tormenting us.
Beast? What beast?
Whoa, you even taught the beast to talk? Damn. Here, have a Choco Diamond.
Nice. I got the chocolate in. We sold all our beds to replace them with treasure. My back hurts, but life has never been better. Normal everyday riches, acquired from a legitimate source. Oh, I can't have any. Looks like a family photograph. Oh, here. Oh, that's outside. Okay, fine.
Rude and rich. Sparkling into view.
Told Susie to compliment the enemy. Are you serious? What good can I say about someone trying to kill us?
Aw, Susie, if you're stuck, why not try saying something you wish someone say with you?
You are unbanned from the free ham sandwich day. Glimmer, glimmer. Oh, oh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. Trying to say about divine gems. Susie complimented the enemy? Please keep body tackling the soda machine. Elevator to the top floor. Currently stuck at the top floor until someone rides it down. Oopsie.
I believe in you.
You opened the treasure chest. Inside was club sandwich. Put club sandwich in your items.
Club sandwich.
Castle bathroom. Royal flush. Currently occupied.
Ah. Royal flush.
Oopsie.
I think you gotta go to the right. Oh, here he is.
Oh.
So the worms have decided to crawl out and play. Who's there? Thou'st fools!
There he is.
I am Rule's card, thou greatest adversary. Thou may have clodged past all thou's otherest conundrums.
Oh, you the freaky ass who set up those whips outside.
But those were created by utter weaklings. Now, prepare thyself for the strongest puzzle of thou's life. Toil worms! God damn it!
Freak.
Yeah, I think you can go upstairs now.
Okay. Uh-oh. Oh,
Ooh,
blue.
head happy?
Good hussy. Really quietly. I'll flirt with them. You're so easy to flirt with the enemy. And hell no.
Aw, Susie, it's okay if you don't know how.
What? Shut up. That's not the problem.
Are you sure?
Why is he cocking her tea like this? Alright, look, wise guy, I'll show you. Watch this. Ahem. So, come here often? Head Happy felt awkward and left. Hey, get back here and let me flirt with you! It was in yellow. It's fair. You know, I had more faith in my girl, but, well...
Oh no, Chris is down.
Oop. Uh-oh.
You can... actually, if you go down, you got that revivement. Unless you want to save that for later.
I'll save it. Since we only have like one.
Yeah. You can defend.
Oh, he curled up?
Oh no.
So... God damn it.
I think Ralsei has a healing spell as well.
Hmm. Eating fairies. I'll trade die anyway.
Good luck.
Good.
Yeah, you can X-flirt. There's more dialogue there.
Okay.
And then
Um,
not quite enough. One off.
one off.
Yeah. You can defend, yeah.
What do you
That
think
gets you
she'll
more
get it?
PP.
How much does he flirt with the enemy? Hell nah, let's see Ralsei do it.
I suppose if it can't be helped. Happy, your beauty is just transcendent. Your hair is like a waterfall of... Wait, do you have hair, or...?
And Happy felt awkward and left.
Oh dear, wait!
Not so easy, huh? Oh, that's one of these, so...
I think you can heal someone.
It's easy to flirt with the enemy. Oh my god, Chris, I can't! Do it yourself! You said some sweet lines. The enemies are deeply enamored. So cast heal prayer. Ooh. Oh.
And you can spare.
Sweet.
You won!
I won.
See if there's a save spot.
I know there's one down here, but...
Yeah.
But I gotta not get hit by those.
Yeah. Follow that one to the... Oh. Well, we go down.
Not that way. Is it this one?
No.
Oh.
Follow that. Keep going. There we go. I think... Oh, a rooted.
Hi.
Rules card was standing here. I think making block pushing puzzles is a totally hunky hobby.
God damn it!
God damn it! Maybe it is downstairs.
Oh, downstairs. That makes sense.
And follow that one. Oh, yeah.
This downstairs?
There's a downstairs there.
Oh.
Oh,
God damn it. Complimented the enemy? Nice. You guys look like you're gonna kill me. No one's ever said
no one's
that
ever
to
said that to me before.
Oh, how many people have you tried to kill, I guess? What? That's like crystal. Compliment. Is it complimented the enemy? Your outfit is not disgusting. King never said that to me before. Ooh, 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 ooh.
You're getting good at the staring.
Is there XP? Where was the... There was one in here. There we go.
Yeah, there. And then we go back up. Up the stairs.
Oops.
Oh. There we go.
Oh, I guess it respawned
Oh.
it.
Yeah. It's okay.
Oh. Alright.
The happy room.
Hi. So Kathy sold all the gems and replaced them with beds. Looked extremely well slept.
That's where the beds went.
Sins against Happy were forgiven. Like a bed. Will you rest here? No, you won't. It's not your bed.
Oh. Oh.
Ah, these fuckers. Hmm.
Thou guys really think that was all I had? Wrong!
Wrong.
It's time for you to feel my real power.
Where?
Behold, my ultimate puzzle.
Oh boy.
Have at you! Ah. Ah! Gullible worms! That wasn't really my ultimate puzzle. I have a waste better one right here. Can we see it? No.
Okay. No.
Can we see it? No.
Oh. Oh damn, the
Oh,
Gemma not in
hey.
here. I'm the first party member. I'm in charge of DPS. Dance party soundtrack.
Oh, let us take your coat.
And put it in the toilet. Ha!
Which we don't even have. Please try the baseballs.
Yeah, eat so many you choke.
Do they eat sports? Then we can all play Twister.
Just stay out of our way.
We lose even by ourselves.
I wonder why.
Happy is the second party member. It's the healer. She was in charge of of catering the party. Unfortunately, the cake she commissioned was destroyed in a field somewhere.
Well, about that. Box swing clubs music. Clubs music.
Is there anything up?
Yeah, let's check. I guess. My internet or something? Oh, we're back.
Oh, your internet.
We're back. Hey, Raspy. If we're back, I don't know.
Yeah, I think we are back.
Okay.
Ah! I wonder whose room this is.
It's a hole made recreationally. Hey, yo. It's a music player. Let's see the contents. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. It's full of cartoon splat noises. A bicycle is lovingly tucked into the bed. Some kind of digging implement. It's also buried in the ground here. It's a
I
hole
wonder
made
whose
for-
room this is.
You found 20 rupees in the hole. Unfortunately, that's not a useful currency here.
Oh, you know.
It's a hole, presumably dug for fun. Should I shop? Oh.
Welcome to my shop, you ungrateful worms.
I mean, you keep worms, it looks like.
What shalt thou buy?
Fragrant sauce heals. Okay. Oh. Fool's Row. Thanks, worm.
Woolsroo. Perhaps another ware? Anything else? Showeth me your treasure. Ah, What is thine interest?
Why is it so?
I am the Duke of Puzzles, rules card. My hobbies includest calligraphy, law keeping, bug keeping, cages, and long walks in the dungeon.
Cages. Guess what I have at home?
Artist thou one of my admirers, Worm?
I said to us.
So I might amasseth funds, Worms, an army of funds, so that I might crushest thou like fermented grapes into a most delicious and adult beverage. Vengeance. Oh, how I amuse myself.
King.
Our Lord King art a cruel and terrifying monarch. However, he is also brilliant, for he has decided to appoint me as Duke of Puzzles. Decided after pretty much if everyone else was fired or placed inside a cage. Truly a benevolent ruler. His son, on the other hand, is more troublesome than a fistful of fleas. He always asks me the worst queries, and calleth me his lesser dad.
Lesser dad.
Our relation is none, you little water beetle. I placate you for your father's sake. I do not wisheth to hear your MP3s. I would rather listen to the sweet song of death. How is he, anyhow?
Uh-huh.
Lesser Dad really does care. See thou in the dungeon, Worms!
You know what? Maybe I'll get one more sauce back. Hold on, hit me up. Sauce me up, baby. Not so. Oh. Never mind, I got too much shit.
Thou doth carry too much. Anything else? See thou in the dungeon, Worms.
Oh, it's an elevator. There's also this.
Upstairs.
Oh.
Enough, Worms.
Shoddy
Thou
beat
may
me up.
have cheated through mind puzzles, but in combat thou shalt be scattered about. Come, knaves, prepareth for battle with
Oh.
whatever this is. Huh? It's the enemy from earlier. But its crown looks different.
It looks the same.
Yes, with my control crown,
It looks the same.
I mayst control any disc-shaped life form.
How about you control this disc?
Oh, no! It looks like it's in pain.
It looks the same!
Yes, the control crown is painful. But I'm certain this creature will feel its relief when it sees how much more pain thou will be in. Here it comes. Again. Susie's
idea. What's your idea, Susie?
Susie, you want to act? Aw, what's your idea?
Well, how do I say this? I kind of need you for this one.
That's fine, Susie. I'll help. You want to apologize to it for earlier, right?
Nah, I just need you to stay still. Chris, we gotta get its crown off its head. Help me throw Ralsei at it. Oh. Oh. Crown loosened a little.
Loosened little.
Oh, you big body bitch. Alright.
Susie's idea. Almost.
Oh no. Toe dirt.
Toe dirt.
It's kicking up at me.
Oh no.
Oh. Listen a little. Ah, you fuck.
You got this.
Ah. Oh. Yeah. Aim for something loose. There you go.
Oh.
Nice.
Why, brilliant! Just brilliant! I knew you could do it, thou great heroes thou! Thou seest, that was merely a friendly test of thine abilities! But thou hast won, and now nothing blocks thine path. I, personally, could not be less of an obstruction.
Uh-huh.
But you... Luck be with you, heroes!
Chris is like, you see this shit?
I love how quickly Rule's car just fucking flips.
Yeah. He's it for himself, I can respect it.
Yeah.
He's like, yes! Oh. It's pretty
Well,
violent
you
expression
guys won.
has turned into kindness. It will now live a peaceful life. Sweet.
Yeah. There's a save.
There's a
Save your
save.
point.
There twice. It's a throne. It seems to have been damaged in a struggle. Hope the elevator wasn't anything. Huh? Hey, there's Lancer.
Father!
Lancer, my son. Have you dispatched the Lightners as I commanded?
No, but I did even better. It turns out we don't actually have to fight them. They said they could just talk to you and...
They're alive?
Yes, and I think you'll like them a lot. There's Susie. She's very purple and strong, and...
Where are they now? Hey.
It's nice to meet you.
Lancer, my son.
Yes, Father?
Do you remember what I told you?
Don't get too attached.
You have failed. They have poisoned you with their sentimentality. Free yourself, Lancer. They care not for you. Their only goal is to destroy a glorious fountain. They are scum.
No, they aren't.
What did you say? Let him go. Ha 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 ha. You want me to let him go? And how about this? I'll drop him off the edge and let him splatter. Unless you all kneel and learn your place. What will it be, Lightners?
Don't listen to him, Susie. He'll...
Now watch, Lancer. See what happens when you befriend Lightners. What the? You traitor! Come back here! Alright, enough already. Who the hell do you think you are? To my people, I am a hero. To you, I'm the bad guy. Uh-oh. King blocked the way.
The king blocked the way.
Let's put the soft guy up first, I guess. King blocked the way. Plus, I tried to reason with the king.
You might not realize it, but this is a world where you don't have to fight. I know if we try, we can all find another way.
Such simple-minded platitudes. A shame you will not live to realize your naivety. I'll perish with the pathetic lightners you worship.
Sorry, my friends and I aren't going anywhere.
Elsie's will is changing. Talk became dual here. How dare you come here, lightners?
Darkness pours from the fountain.
Susie tried to reason with the king. Alright, listen up. Lancer's my friend. So if we can get by without hurting you, then... if I perish, so be it. So, my son, the monster you really are. Alright, you want to see what I can do, huh? Susie's will is changing. Talk became Red Buster. You that left us in the shadows, stripped of meaning. Oh. Ooh.
Be careful.
Ooh. Ah, fuck. The battlefield is rumbling. What's about that? Do you?
You can try talking.
Alright. The battlefield is rumbling. You tried to reason with the king. Silence, Lightbringer. Damn, you call me a slur? Your very existence goes against your own. By the knight's will, I shall shatter your heart to pieces. Your will is changing. Talk became courage. You dare to return to torment us once again?
Careful.
King Mouth gave a berserk smile. Courage. Red damage.
You could dual heal. And defend, yeah.
Cast dual heal. Begone, we have found fresh purpose. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Battlefield is
Glad that
rumbling.
you healed.
Yeah.
I always like to keep health topped off where I can.
Yeah.
I can do courage and then defend, and then have Ral say heal. Just Chris, yeah. Heal prayer. There we go.
Praise the party, praise defense. Heal prayer. Or the knight has appeared. King's mouth gave a berserk smile.
You might want to defend all the way.
Yeah. The knight that pulls the fountains from the earth. Uh-oh.
Oh, careful.
Uh-oh. Let's see. Darkness pours from the fountain.
And then you can have Ralsei dual heal again.
Holy fountain, those whose shadows are creating a new world. Our world. Oops. Keep not babble indeceptively.
Maybe do courage and have Ralsei heal himself.
Yeah. Okay. Haha. You see our new purpose? Oh, it's rumbling. Oh, oops.
Courage. And then defend. You're okay on HP, I think.
Soon this world shall be blanketed in darkness. And darkness shall rule it. You're the only one ruling, dog. Of course you like the night.
And then... Oh, you need 50.
I could...
Yeah, defend, I think.
Then you may see what it is to live... like, what it is like to live in despair.
Oh.
Ugh. Let's see. Don't heal. Now enough talk. Fall before the chain of justice. Oh, and there's those. Oh, okay. Wow. Thank you. We love that.
You can dual heal again. And then... Yeah.
Ha! You're quite strong, aren't you? Oops. So safe, probably. I'll keep fighting you like this then. Smile. It seems that
That one's really rough on you.
yeah. Too many things moving.
Oh, let's see. You can have Susie use an item and then... Actually, can you use an item yourself?
Ooh.
Yeah. Use an item and just eat a bunch of health food for all of them, I'd say.
True. Let's risk it on that one. 30. I'll take it. My knight, I shall not fail you. Enough is enough. I see that I cannot defeat you. I have grown exhausted from our long battle. Lightners, perhaps I have been too cruel. The truth is, I was not always this way. There was once a time where Darkners and Lightners lived in harmony. A time where Darkners could fulfill their purpose in peace. It would be a lie to say that I, too, do not yearn for those days. Perhaps you young ones are all right. Please, let us put away our weapons. There must be a peaceful solution to all this.
Come now, Susie. I'm glad you're starting to realize, Mr. King. None of us really want to fight. If you can just tell us about your worries,
Gonna juke you out, isn't he?
I'm sure we can all be friends, Mr. King.
Yes, friends. That sounds lovely. My apologies, I am not used to fighting like that. My body is getting weak.
Oh, don't say another word. There. You should be all healed up. How do you feel?
Let's see. Never better. You... Did I say you could get up? Chris? Oh, spare me the heroics. Slipping and sliding.
His smile is so...
It's so... You're the leader, aren't you? So, what's your plan? To laugh as you cast us all back into obscurity? You can't even say? Young one, let me tell you a secret. Quiet people piss me off. Hey, get away from my friend. Or what? You'll kill me? Nah. So what's your plan then? Talk me to death? You stupid, stupid Lightner. You honestly think you have any way to convince me not to kill you? Nah. But they might. Lancer? Everyone? What is the meaning of this?
Sorry, Dad. You're being overthrown.
We're starting a coup.
When I told everyone you were fighting the Lightners, everyone remembered how kind they were. They decided they'd rather have a king that accepts them. Me! Now I'm the dad.
You idiots! The Lightners are your enemies! Fools! I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you!
Yikes! I think someone needs a timeout. Go to your room, Dad.
No! You alright, Chris?
Chris! Susie! Oh, you're all right.
Yeah, it'll take more than that to take us down.
Chris, Susie, I'm sorry. Because I healed the king, we almost... Susie, you were right. I was foolish to think we could act so soft to everyone. This isn't a world where kindness always wins, is it?
It's complicated. Yeah, sometimes there's people you just gotta fight. But if you never let your guard down, then you might just hurt someone you care about.
Aw, Susie.
That's right.
You're beginning to talk like a real hero. And Susie's sprite changed too.
Yeah. Don't get used to it.
Then I suppose you and Chris should return home now.
Yeah, I guess that's right, huh? Well, see ya. Wanna go home?
Hmm.
Hey, Chris. Wait a second. Look. I know you want to give a real goodbye to everyone, right? I mean, I'm all for leaving right away, but, you know, we could go back a sec, if you wanted.
She wants to say bye to everybody.
I was gonna say my high truck victim. What's up? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head back.
Let's head back.
Let's head back. This cake mix and rice and so I said that cupcake. Oh, I guess. Huh.
Hmm.
I guess I've never seen cupcake mix. I guess it is just cake. They're just different. They're just smaller. They're still cakes, just cup. Find me
Cup-sized.
with a truck.
Oh no!
Sounds like the truck found you.
Chris, Susie, you came back.
Well, Chris. You want to follow Mount Bean? Chris just wanted to say bye, you know?
Oh, actually, everyone here wanted to say goodbye too. And please let me know when you leave, alright?
Yeah, we'll try not to skip you. Way to go, kids. Now I can go back to making the puzzles we love. And thanks to your donation, I could buy a new hat with some shaving cream. Oh, you're smooth shaving now. Good for you.
Even a little ball can say something like thank you.
Thank you. I can go back to being a coat hanger now. By the way, I asked Seem, or was it Sham?
Sham?
Sham to come here, but there wasn't any interest. You know what?
Please
We're
look at
buying
those
from
letters.
Letters?
Yeah, the guys
Oh,
up
yeah.
top. Best, you're the best!
Thank you. Honestly, we owe you.
You're absolutely amazing!
Great work.
Darn, Horsey! You've done us a big help! Now all of us pieces can live in pieces.
Didn't she have like a... You did it! You've ousted that rotten tyrant! I'll happily accept a bounty of credit for my contributions. Unless the king reappears, in which case, I did nothing! Oh, eh.
Wonderful work, mine amigos! Thou hast topplest the tyrant, freedst our creeds. Trulieth, history shall not forget the tale of Rulgard and the three heroes.
You?
Rulsgard!
Rules called! I knew you could do it.
I knew you could do it. Though I was your enemy, I was cheering it for you. That's how much I dislike my job.
Real shit.
The future looks sweet!
Like a pile of bees' puke.
Which is honey, I think. A kingdom with so much hope!
Hope you didn't screw it up.
That means thank you. Come to our next B-Day, too!
We'll have one soon.
If that's possible. Hathi looked at you proudly. Kiss.
Oh. What's going on? I slept through everything. on the pile of treasure? Oh. Buddy! Buddy, I think we need to let these guys go too.
What ho? What about us? Aren't we going to be restored as king? Ah, my treasure is unharmed? Carry on then.
Oh, okay. Us Animal Society, it's okay if the kings stay in cages as well. But they'll have to put animal ears and put on animal ears and noses.
What's all the fuss about? Fewer people are in cages.
Show's over. Everybody go home. Hello? The goat himself, Gerson Boom?
Oh?
Followed me?
Oh my gosh.
Doesn't that sound familiar, Gerson? Hello. I mean, Lancer has always been a bit of pain, but after seeing how nice he treats you guys, I think we'll be fine. Mamma mia! What a celebration! It calls for a cake. And this time, I'll make it out of metal so animals can't eat it.
Susie, blue person whose name I neglected to learn all along.
Fuck squad.
I thought you were going home ways.
We were, but Chris wanted to say bye, you know?
Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. I thought you wanted to say bye because we're friends.
Huh? I mean, I didn't not want to. So you're the king now, huh?
Yes, and I'm changing some big rules. First, lighteners are now legal. Second, prison is now only for dads.
Sounds like some pretty good changes. Hey, your dad was, protecting the fountain, right? Is it gonna be okay if we mess with it?
I have no idea. But it's you guys, so I trust you.
Uh-oh.
If something bad happens, we'll fix it out.
Yeah, guess we'll just see, I guess. Well, see you later.
Come back soon! There's always room in town for a couple of clowns.
Maybe I should turn on tits before redeeming things. Or is there more people downstairs? That should be it, right?
I think you can't go downstairs.
Okay.
As far as I remember.
Salt Lancer. And I'll see you.
Chris, Susie, are you leaving?
Hell if I know, I'm just following Chris. Guess we'll just walk to the right if we are. Well, I thought we were supposed to let you know. There you go.
Susie, Chris, are you going to leave? I just wanted to say I really enjoyed meeting you two, and
Hey, can you stop mumbling into your hat for a sec? I can barely hear you, dude.
oh, I'm sorry. Chris, Susie, I hope I can see you again soon. Next time I'll make you lots of yummy cakes, alright?
Oh, look. So cute. I was like, wait, he had a change. Let me look over.
He did have a change.
Wait, boy, jump scare. Oh? Yeah, sure, dude. Let's go, Chris.
I was waiting whole stream for this.
He's so cute. Oh. Is this the fountain? Don't know how, but feels like he stumbles into something really important, didn't we? Well, there's no time to think about it. About that now. PB. Right now, it's time to go home. Right, Chris? As you stood in front of the fountain, you felt something strange. It's as if your very soul was glowing. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened? I can't see anything.
You can swap yours.
Hey,
No.
watch it. Okay. Ah, yes. Huh? The unused classroom? How do we get in here? Hey, Chris. What just happened? Like, that wasn't a dream or anything, was it? Anyway, as I was saying, let's just tell Alfie's we couldn't find the chalk. You. It's a worn down stuffed animal.
Wait.
Playing cards spill out of the deck in the closet. Purple. Castle of cards. Hey, what you doing? Door's locked. It's a light switch. The checkerboard. There are pawns strewn on it. A yellow, poorly drawn picture of a green turtle. Signed, Alvin.
Oh. What's that by the door? I don't think you're able to go. Oh, I think it's blocked or something. Also, I think that's a single checkers piece on the board.
Yeah.
K round.
Checkerboard, there are pawns strewn on it. Oh, I see. Also, hold on. Ugh. Pee-wee's nipping at me. He wants food.
Aw.
Come here.
So how are you doing, chat? What's going on? Also, hi, Kirsten. I know you.
Yeah, Ricky's
I know many things.
it's helping me through this game so I don't accidentally kill anybody.
I don't know if we can get all the secrets, but I think
we'll
that
try.
might be above your skill level because it's above mine.
Valid. I heard about Robin doing secret bosses and I was like,
Oh.
oh. But you know her. She's a gamer.
She's very strong.
Oh yeah, I guess their color palette, even her color palette changed.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, just Chris? But I just noticed she's a little less purple.
Yeah.
Also this cat, man. Because,
Can
like...
you... Can you give Pee-wee love for me?
I can eat some. But the thing is, I keep out dry food, and then I'll just give him wet food. But then, once he gets me over there to start doing the wet food, he's eating the dry food that was always there. And then he doesn't want to look at the wet food, so I have to turn his little butt over to be in front of the wet food. Because otherwise, if I walk away, he'll be like, "You didn't give me any food. Where's my food?" And I'm like, "It's right there. It's right next to your dry food that you were eating. Please."
Oh, Peaster.
Putting holes in my knee.
No.
His nails are long. I need to cut them, to be fair.
He's baby.
His baby.
So what did you think of chapter 1 so far?
It's fun.
You like it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see why I've been obsessed?
You've always been an Undertale girly,
Yeah.
though. Now Deltarune's out, you're like, more content?
More content for me?
For you? And plus, like, Toby got a
Yum,
whole...
yum, 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 yum.
He got a whole upgrade now.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just him alone making this shit. Or is he still making it alone?
I think he's got people helping him out.
Yeah, I think they're all right.
Yeah.
Because even his style in the pixels, you can kind of tell. But good for him.
No,
I mean,
I know Temmie would help him with Undertale, too.
oh yeah, she's based
Here
off
and
of
there.
somebody, right?
Yeah, Temmie is based off of Temmie.
Temmie.
There is a person named Temmie that helps.
Oh yeah, shout out Temmie. Shout out Toho Project.
Whole project.
Toho Project. Making me a little dose. Good, good. But
Do
hey,
you want to try and continue to chapter 2? Or do we want to stop here for chapter 1?
but chapter 2 of also
Or chapter 2?
so 2. Well, I can say late.
Mm-hmm.
Do this. But hey, we started with wanting to shoot up the school, and now we've learned the power of friendship. So
We're friends now! Woohoo!
we're friends. So we actually like our partner.
Yay!
Yay!
And our partner actually likes us. It's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade. But we were just two emos who needed friends, really. She already wearing the trench coat. I was gonna come tomorrow and light that bird up, but it's okay.
Oh my gosh.
Man, the sun's setting already. Everyone else must have gone home by now. Guess Alfie's will know better than to ask us next time, huh? So she just thought we ditched. Well, guess we should go. See you later, I guess. Chris? Hey.
Hey.
Like, is she Miles Morales-ing us again? Let's go back there tomorrow, alright? Aw, it's bright. I mean, sure, I got nothing going on here.
Oh, I can't wait till you get to chapter 3 and 4.
Oh no. Door's locked. The door is locked. But they didn't lock that door. Get a sippy?
Get a sippy?
You're on the water fountain. It's lukewarm.
Wait.
Ew.
Run it more.
Oh. Do you like breathing? Moving fast? With or without legs? But usually with legs? Join the cross-country team with Jockington and Noelle. I have excellent limbs I can hug. Nobody else appreciates around here.
I appreciate your hugs.
Run around the fountain. It's tepid. Around the water fountain. It's refreshingly cool. You're around the water fountain. It's refreshingly cool.
Yay!
Yay! We made it better for everyone else. Locker is locked. Oh.
Oh. Miss Toriel.
Some kind of primitive sculpture. Who knows what it represents? Miss Toriel is written in cursive on the dry erase board. Seems like it hasn't been erased in a very long time. What my mom got on the computer. It's a computer. This dress-up wallpaper is you and your brother dressed up for Halloween 8 years ago.
Aww.
Some kind of teacher food. Don't know what it is. I only eat snail pie. Also, the symbol break its shape, basic shape: circle, oval, square, hyperdodecahedron,
Hyperdodecahedron.
dodecahedron. Remember the drawing of your mom. Kids' books. Some of them used to be yours. A throne of the gods. Just chilling in there.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
The top of the classroom has, like, the letters.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Oh, it repeats.
Yeah. That's cute.
I guess it's going all around the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for the Sadie Hawkman's dance? At this dance, all chaperones wear giant hawk heads and screech at any students that make contact while dancing. They gotta have to pry me away from Snowy. A locker is covered in Jockington memorabilia.
Huh.
Computer is turned off. Everything felt peaceful for a moment. Bunch of roses. Looks like motivational quotes from various literature. Try your best, Astral Wolf. Even in your darkest hour. Almost seems to be from a video game.
Go, Alfies.
Oh. Ring ring!
Chris? Whatever have you been doing?
Hugging.
I sat in the car waiting for you after school for
Hug
half
a bunch
an
of
hour.
strangers.
I called and called, but you never picked up. You had your poor mother worried sick. Chris, I'm afraid I'm going to have to punish you. Huh? A friend? You were spending time with a friend?
Yeah, I was hugging so many strangers. People you have no idea about.
Chris? I will make an exception this time. You can continue your adventures a little longer. But when you return home, you are going to have to go to bed early. See you soon, honey.
Aw, so she wants us to be making friends.
Yeah. library.
La Bubby. Ooh.
You
Oh,
can
no.
explore the town now.
Chris, what's up? Caddy's working, so I'm starting on our project. Already copied a bunch of pictures. Same picture of a soccer ball 73 times.
Oh, look, it's Demi.
Timmy!
Gotta go to Collab, so time's still be hard.
She's reading a comic full of hot demon guys.
So true, Queen. Ugh, look at this broken neck, bitch. Chris, you survived! Susie! I was getting worried. Now you can finally pay off your family debt. How to draw dragons is 2,583 days overdue. However, Chris, I'm benevolent volunteer assistant. If you turn it in this week, I'll reduce your fine to a mere $64.23. Consider it, Chris. I'm still drawing dragons, dude. I love reading books.
I love reading books, especially the books upstairs. You should really read them.
Okay, if you let me through. Look through the window to the computer lab. There seems to be a dog inside working at a computer. Toby, when I get you, Toby. Seems like it's making a game. Seems like you shouldn't interrupt it. Seems like when the game's finished, you can go in. Just have to trust the dog.
Toby, when I get you, Toby.
Toby. Okay, lad, please first shift the word responsibly. In fact, maybe don't do it at all. Safe. Please remember my name, please. I wrote a book to help you remember. My hot fire guy.
Keats Flamesman. Lord of the Hammer. First in the award-winning fiction series by lauded historian Gerson Boom. We have
the goat himself
celebrity in our midst.
Here, yeah. I knew I saw that name somewhere in here. It's an unlabeled book. You look inside. Oh, I accidentally returned my personal journal instead of my book. Oh no, they're putting it into their catalog. Oh no, I have to take it out every time I want to write a new entry.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
It sounds like Napstablook.
Oh
no.
Oh no.
There's a book here. You lick the page. It's delicious. This must be what they meant by flavor text.
Sure is. What's the anime review? Read it? No, yes. Teens Corner Monthly Toon Review, Mew Mew Kissy Cutie 2. This reviewer had Mew Mew 2 as her first exposure to the series. And let her tell you, it makes Mew Mew 1 look like a dumpster with sparkly cat ears. The darker storyline and more mature themes. The second one treats the viewer like a real adult, instead of like an animal that will die if it goes 10 seconds without seeing a beach ball. Not to mention, Mew Mew's character in the first one is more stale than the ramen I eat at home by myself with the lights off. Teens and older should check out this dark masterpiece. Signed, the Anonymous Yellow Lizard. Oh, I really couldn't tell. You're writing in the teen section. Oh. What's up?
Hey, punk! Get out of the road! You're blocking traffic! Oh, wait, it's just Asgore's kid. Sorry, I'm a little, worked up lately. This job is so boring. Nothing ever happens in this town. I just wish something would shake things up. Huh? You got something to report? See, there's this dark world.
See, there's this... So I was at school, and I got into this closet with a girl. It was really dark in there. We were fumbling around. Alphys. She's writing in the teen section about her erotic shit again.
Who's Alphys? No idea who you're talking about. Why? Did they do something illegal?
They got porn on the school computer, and they won't give me an A. Arrest them if they don't give me an A.
Gotcha. If I see Alfies, I'll tackle them.
Yeah, you do that.
They're as good as dead.
Awesome. This is why. That's exactly what I wanted. Police Chief Undyne is supposed to be directing traffic. And all she's doing is standing in the middle of the street yelling, "Get out of my way!" She's the best, huh? I feel really directed. I know, she was screaming about us like standing in the street. It's like, girl. I guess you're preventing them from colliding, so...
How am I supposed to get past this blue lady? I'm stuck. I guess I should just run away.
Leave your car. Give it to me. Oh. Turn this into GTA real quick. Oh. Turtle.
Ah. Portal.
There's a turtle drawing. Chris, was a pleasant surprise to see you here, and on a school day. I don't see a reason that you came here at such a time. I, Father Alvin, implore you. If you have anything weighing on your mind, please speak.
Bless you.
Fruit juice. Chris, if you want some of our sick fruit juice, you should come to our service. Our choir sounds a bit thinner since your brother went away. Chris, it would be wonderful if you would sing with us, or even participate to any extent. Hey! Instead of just trying to drink the fruit juice. You have it to keep me coming, okay? What else you serving fruit juice for?
What's that thing off to the side down there?
Listen.
Yeah.
Run away. Oh.
Oh,
Cemetery.
cemetery.
Oh. Oh, R.I.P.
Oh,
the
there he
goat.
is.
R.I.P. We met him. Damn. He's caught the thing that's beyond the grave.
Thank you, Gerson.
Yeah, Gerson reveal finally. A slight jump for a proud mother. Mutler, big bone for the leader of the pack. Shira, a karaoke microphone for a brave singer. I'm like, I have no idea who these are, but damn, the goat. Damn.
I know what that one guy is.
R.I.P. Not
Check out
almost.
the bench really quick?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Oh, a Gerson Boo Memorial Bench. Throughout my career, some of my best ideas came from dreams. Take a rest here if anyone asks. You're writing. Okay.
Aw.
Damn, the goat.
And then I think down is another place.
Down.
Town Hall. Yeah.
Miss Charisma is about 0. No, it's negative. But she works hard and has a good track record, so she runs unopposed. That's politics. Rarely.
I'm sorry. The mayor is busy right now. If you need to see her, please try causing some terrible crisis.
You got it. Are you sure so? Why would you possibly need to talk to the mayor? Your allowance too low? Ate too much candies? Lost your frisbee in the wash? No. Everybody in my class are bitches. And my teacher has porn on the computer. And she won't give me an A. And nobody will partner with me. So I'm gonna make the mayor force them to partner with me. And no more group projects. We're making group projects illegal.
Nobody wants my fucking hugs.
Nobody want my hugs. Look at these great limbs I have here. I have these awesome limbs that can do hugs real good. I could teach a goat how to hug. It's crazy.
I could do hugs real good.
Yeah. and no one will be my partner? And I'll get a bad grade for what? Hey, short stuff. That's what the cops are for. She's standing in the road. She's blocking traffic. You think she can help me? I mean, she's gonna tackle my teacher, so that'll help a little bit. Make me feel better.
Make me feel better.
Oh, ooh. Underground bunker.
Hmm.
It's locked. Oh, is this the key we need?
I think the key goes to somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think we picked that up. We can try and go through again and get all the key stuff, but that's searching.
Searching.
Oh, there might be another thing on the left side of town up top.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, this... I think I'm in the hospital. Oh.
I said left, I meant right, but yes. No, you can keep with the hospital. I don't know my lefts from my rights. Oh, it's you! Are you here to play the piano again? The patients can't hear it well from here, but I personally enjoy it.
Jesus Christ. You look like the reason somebody would be in here. Ambulatory hospital piano, shrunk to fit in the corner. The result, it's missing the most of the good keys. Play it? Sure. Thank you, thank you. On the sliding bead toys, it naturally spawns inside of doctors' offices, true.
Naturally spawns.
The beads march grimly along with their set path. Just get
Dad!
the margin.
You can't just say that to her. Oh my god, I'd die! I'd literally die!
You know who else? Might be dying. Noelle, sweetheart, first time I laid eyes on your mother, I walked right up and told her she was a hot piece of work.
Really?
Yeah, she slapped me so hard I blacked out.
Dad, that doesn't help at all.
Anyhow, how's Dragon Blazers 3? Beat it yet?
Nah, I'm still at the Ice Palace. I've been kind of waiting to finish it with you, Dad.
Noelle, maybe you shouldn't wait.
Dad?
You should bring it here! I'm bored as hell.
Har har har. Fine, you win. I'll bring it next time. Oh, it's getting late. Guess I better go. I've got homework.
Oh, that's the group project voice. Bird guy again? What's his name? Nerdly?
It's, Birdly. He's not that bad, Dad.
I'll kick his ass.
Dad, you're not even supposed to get up.
Bring him by the window, I'll throw something at him.
Goodbye, Dad.
I'll fucking kill him. I'll ruin that kid's life. Swear I won't. On my dying body, I will. Bye, honey. Do bring him around, though.
Oh? Hi, Chris.
I wasn't listening.
Please go look at those flowers.
You heard what I told her? I wasn't listening. A bunch of roses in a glass container. Hey, I'm happy your dad brought me flowers, but... Roses? What is this, man? Beauty and the Beast? Ain't gonna work, man. We're both beasts. Unless. Maybe I can have a sibling that isn't a bitch. Well, jingle my gosh darn bells. Look like Christmas came early. Alright, Chris, just give me the straight shot. Why are you here? Did your mom make you come here? Nah, really? You've grown up a lot, Chris. Proud of you. Wasn't too long ago you were just a creepy kid next door. See, and then you're all gonna wonder why, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, I didn't see it coming when I come to school tomorrow." Yeah, I was gonna pretend. Meanwhile, you're to my face being like, "You're creepy as fuck, dude, freak." Now you're the creepy kid right in front of me. Ha ha. Okay, seriously. You want to chat or something? Tell me about your illness, dude. So why am I in here? Well, they found some crap, so it's just some tests. Yeah, it's no big deal. Nothing a holiday can't handle. I'll be out of here in a jiff. Then I could go back to, I don't know, yelling at you for getting tangled in that light display. Hey Chris, you want to chat or something? Don't worry, there's no way you can bore me right now. That's fair. What's up with Noelle? She's a sweetheart, isn't she, Chris? Yeah, she would ask the teacher something, because I bitched out. Smart, kite, sweet. I can ask for a better daughter. I just wish she wasn't so defenseless. Scary movies, bugs, Santa Claus, everything scares her. And when it happens, she freezes like a deer in headlights. I remember she used to even be afraid of humans under the bed. Chris, it was not nice of you to hide under there, by the way. You see, we're a menace.
Yeah, Chris is a menace.
However, that's what's tough about being in here, Chris. Not what's going on with me. It's just that, in the meantime, I can't be there to protect her. Keep an eye out for her, okay? She's nice. I told her not to come to school. She's good. Chris, even if we grown apart, we still love your family. After all, me and Asgore were college pals, right? He's sending me a bouquet of roses. Oh hey, now that Asriel's off to college, you think he's doing any crazy parties like me and your dad? We used to frat boy around for sure. We used to the hazing, we used to spank each other all the time.
Oh my god.
Frat culture is crazy, dude. I'm just pulling your leg. Your dad was a no party animal. Your mother, on the other hand, woo! Damn, Toriel secretly. She knows fuss about going, but once the party started... Yikes, man. Well, she hit me clear across the room with a key lime pie. I got smashed into the snack table and toppled everything. Tasty pie, though. Couldn't complain.
Fucking decked it with a pie.
She just started throwing pies. Crazy. She feels like the type that gets a little... She's like, I'll drink for the social aspect. Then she gets fucked up.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, like,
you,
please, Toriel, get off the table.
I am never gonna stop loving you, Toriel.
So God forbid her fucking kids having friends and she wants a little fun. Agent name Rudolph Rudy Holiday. Hey Chris, you forget my name or something? No, I just wanted to know your medical records. It's an angel doll. A lack of facial features is unsettling. That angel? No old dress made it in youth group. It's kind of like a good love charm to me now. Oh, right, you and Azzy tried to make one too. But you wasted the whole time making huge wings for it. Yeah, and it was sick as shit.
It was sick as fuck.
Yeah. I do that after I stopped drawing dragons. Oh.
Oh.
Damn, dude, you look fucked up. You do look like you belong in... Jesus Christ. That's pain, alright. It matches. Uh-huh. Yep. That's you. Pain. Ice E? Oh, it's a classic 1 to 10 pain scale using Icy as a model. At 0 pain, he's happy. At 10 pain, he's happy and sweating. Are you Ice E? This castle's White wizards regulated me to this healing chamber. But my blood is boiling for battle. No, dude, you look fucked up. They're right. Why are there two?
They're right.
There's 2 sinks in here. You look inside the cupboard. It's a very small obligatory piano is hiding. Yes, the obligatory pianos. Does it have the keys I need?
Can you check the sinks?
Okay.
Check the one in Rudy's room too.
It's a regular sink. It's a clone of the other sink. Perhaps there was originally one tall sink that was cut in half to create both of them. You know, those pesky sinks. Might as well reuse them. It's a sink. Hey Chris, is that sink really more interesting to me? No, you gotta check out the other room, dude. There's like 2 sinks, but like, but also be prepared because the dude that's in there like looks really fucked up, dude. Like, awful. So like, don't go in with a weak heart or whatever you got. Bye.
Whatever you got. Bye.
Leaves hospital. Oh, police. You knocked on the door to the police station. Someone's coming up to the window. Hey, can I get into the evidence locker? Please? 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 Please?
Please.
Please? Please? I do this every day.
That's why they're closing the blinds.
You just close them up. Please let me into the evidence locker. I swear I'll be good.
Oh my god.
This town doesn't let me do anything. You said there's something this way?
I think either up in that way. That's a school.
Okay. Just seeing if there's...
Double checking, you know.
Are there... I could go to the schoolyard or something, I don't know. Ugh.
Oh, hey.
Oh.
Oh, hey!
Hey!
Hey, look who's walking around. How are you, kid? Well, how are ya?
Great to see you again.
Yeah, it's real nice, isn't it?
I mean, I'm sure I've probably seen you. I've lived here.
Especially considering I never met you before. The name's Sans. Sans a skeleton.
I see.
I'm new in town.
You gonna fuck my mom?
What's up?
Oh, you got a store?
Behind me? Yeah, that's the grocery store. Unfortunately, it's closed.
Oh, I thought this was some restaurant.
What a pain. I really wanted to buy some milk.
Your name's on it, though.
Someone ought to complain to the guy that runs it.
Your name's on it.
What's up? We just moved here, so I hardly know anyone. Why? Got anyone I should know better?
Ah, I can set them up.
Me.
We'll do it.
Mother, huh?
She's still, despite our difficulties, it being a fucking menace, she hugs us every day. Too late.
Too late. I already befriended your mom
Damn,
last
dude.
night. She's great. Came to the store to buy chocolate kisses. Said she's gonna lock her door to stop you from eating them. You sound like a fun kid, huh?
Darn right. I'm so fun. I'm so fun they should let me into the evidence locker at the police station. But they won't. Can you see how lame these guys are? You'll help. If
Hey,
you're
bud.
a good dad, you'd help me.
You're a good dad. I love how you've already accepted him. Are you busy tomorrow?
I support it.
I need some help with something.
So my mother?
It'd be great if you could come over. I live just next door, you know?
And you're next door, damn. Dude moved in quick. Okay. Tomorrow? Wow, you did.
Wow, you were deliberating for a while. Gee, what's wrong? Don't want to hang out with a stranger? Well, guess I shouldn't complain. Huh? What are we going to be doing? Oh, I'm not going to be there. That'd be weird. It's just going to be you and my little brother. He needs friends. Thanks for hanging out with him. See ya.
Good asshole.
There's his house.
Knock, knock, knock. No response, but the distant trestle of bones. When? Knock, knock, knock. Is this supposed to be like the tavern?
Ooh, are you the human that lives at the top of town? Wow, my mommy told me about you. Does it hurt to be made of blood?
Well, you wouldn't even imagine, kid.
Trying to traumatize them.
Like, you wouldn't even— he's trying to seem so badass in front of him. He's like, I am darkness. All I know is pain and suffering. Ugh, no one understands me. Huh, that sounds like a knockable beginner. Come back when you've gotten better at knocking. I'll knock her. What do you mean? I'm bad at knocking. Hi, no arms.
Yo, Chris, you survived Susie.
With my arms.
I mean, I never saw her beat anyone up, but, I'd be careful.
I've seen her try to kill people with axes. Even her close friend. It was pretty fucked up. Actually.
Like, one time, Snowy and Jockington were playing handball. You know, because I don't have hands. And she just kept creepily watching us from the corner. Then, when the ball rolled over to her, she just, froze solid. And kicked the ball as hard as she could, right into Officer Undine's car. And then, Undine came out, smiling, cracked her knuckles, and totally wiped us at handball.
Probably because you don't have hands.
Anyway, Susie sucks, Chris.
I don't know. She got my back in a fight. Unlike someone. Oh, you're lucky, Chris. You out of his class with Alfies. That's not fair. Ha ha ha. If I skip class, my dad will never let me hear the end of it. Ha! It's actually not even remotely funny. He's cruel. Fuck. Oi, Snowy, what'd I tell you about knocking the door so hard? Don't do it! It's really gonna hurt your face. We don't got arms, you know. You got wings.
Neither of them have arms.
Oh.
Oh.
I was like, you don't live here.
Oh, Chris! Chris, you're okay! I was really worried when you didn't come back. Where did you go? Did you skip class?
Police evidence locker.
Well, don't worry about it. I'm the cool teacher, you know? You're not in trouble.
Cool. It'd be unfortunate if I was in trouble and we were trapped in an alley with me. Miss.
Well, let me know if you need anything.
Oh yeah, go see the police officer. She's dying to meet you.
Man, there's a lot of flowers in these garbage cans.
Dirty trash can. It's a trash can full of well-kept flowers. You feeding cats back here? What you doing? Saucer milk. Okay. As long as I'm not in trouble.
The bunny.
The bunny. Hey. Oh.
Does it hurt to be made of blood?
Agony.
Agony.
That's why
The
this
worst you could
guy is chilling. He has no blood. Look at how happy he is.
You want to talk to him about more friends? More people he should know?
What's up,
What's up?
friends?
We just moved here, so I hardly know anyone. I got anyone I should know better?
My teacher.
Alfie's. Yeah, I know about her. Came into the store with a suitcase and glasses. I thought she was part of the mob. She opened the case and stuffed it full of instant noodles. Paid in small bills. Then slunk out of the place.
Like stripper money?
Pajamas trailing on the floor. Anyway, our relationship is, purely business. So, I guess I'll just let her do her thing. What's up?
Me?
Whoa there, Tiger. You can't just jump straight into friendship. It takes time. Alright, that's enough time. Take this. Call it whenever you feel like.
Oh,
Hell yeah!
got his number. Oh, if I say nobody.
Harsh but fair. What if you called him right there? I think yeah. Oh, you got a ball of junk.
A ball of junk. Hey, bud. I missed you.
Hello. You have reached the hotline for idiot babies. Please press 1 for idiots, 2 for babies, and 3 for idiot babies, and 4 for none. Ah, you're an idiot. To tell you the truth, I'm one too. Let's try our best, okay?
Hey, man.
Ah, you're an idiot.
Hey, man. So what's up? I tried to call you earlier. I missed you. I just saw you gotta... Is this... Huh? How'd you get that number, huh? Uh-huh.
He's baby.
Idiot baby. Oh.
I see.
I see as the pain scale? That is a lot of pain. Ice me up! Hype me up, boss! Purple bunny.
Purple bunny.
Oh, she works here. You're alive. Nice. I'm working. He's like, I'm working right now?
We'll take the special, and do you have any edible glitter? The youngest one won't eat anything if it doesn't look like treasure.
Good taste, kid. She's correct. What the fuck is this thing?
Do you want to talk to it?
Looking at my rugged body, you must wonder what kind of secrets I hold. My secret is, I put all the leftover pancakes in this giant hat. You took my fucking pancakes. That's for later. Ooh.
Do you want to take this one, or should I?
I'll take it. So for you two girls, that'll be the crepes, a cinnamon latte, 2 bunny parfaits, and a piece of firewood? I mean...
I like the vibe of the waitress here. Maybe I should sign up too. Nah, serving drinks wouldn't really suit a fire elemental.
Uh-huh.
If I got nervous, I'd just melt all the ice.
They're looking for a trouble to add.
Hey there! Haven't seen you in a while, hon. I remember back on Sundays after service, you and your family would come in and order the special. Of course, things happened and then y'all stopped coming together.
Yeah, it was divorce. It was a divorce. 2 Christmases though, so not all bad. But no more diner.
No more diner. But every Sunday, you and your brother'd still come in.
Yeah, he's not here.
He'd order you a hot chocolate, and you two'd sit down at that table in the corner, drawing shapes in the window with your breath. You must really miss him, huh?
No!
Here, how about this?
Ooh.
On the house, hon.
Yui. Ice Wolf does not like ice and drink. Ice Wolf likes ice to be drink. Okay. Alright, Icy's peas. Oh. There's more of them.
Would you be interested in trying some of our many 24 pizza flavors?
I want pizza.
I also want pizza. We've got normal, cheese, ice, gravy, double ice, pepperonis,
Pepperoni.
pepperonis, and more. Stop on down at Icy's Pizza.
I think you guys also need to go to the hospital. Oh god, someone's actually here. Icy's PEs, your #1 spot for piping hot PEs pizza. Hey, wait a second. I recognize you. Oh. Little buddy, it's me. Wanna chat for a minute before I lose my mind?
Hey, Burger Pants. There's not Burger Pants here.
What's up with your job, dude? Make no mistake, little buddy. Icy's pizza as hell. Yo. Can't slack off for seconds without hearing, "You're a team player, there's no I in pizza." Yes, there is, you just took it out. It's okay, little buddy. I've been saving up to go to college where Azzy is. Then I'll get the theater degree, become a famous actor, and let the fangirls roll in, little buddy. Hey, little buddy, what's up? Coworkers. Ah, yes, little buddy, good idea. Meet the Rogues Gallery. Blue ears, soft serve obsessed, no concept of personal space. Keeps accidentally pouring slushies on me and giggling. The warrior, thankfully absent due to pizza-related injury. Yeah, I saw him in the hospital. Constantly terrorizing customers with war chants. Purple guy, man, the purple guy, that guy? The one behind the slaughter. You gotta... Actually, does that guy even work here? Ah, my coworkers. Where would I be without them? A happy place, little buddy. A much happier place. Hey, little buddy, what's up? Tell me about my bro. You know when Azzy's coming home? You can't tell him this, but I really miss the guy. If we seek to cruise around town like old times. Picking up, for example, chicks. Which, as a matter of course, may have not ever actually happened. But once Undyne made eye contact with me while she was writing me a speeding ticket.
So that, the one with the ears, that's the nice cream guy.
Oh, I see now. The soft serve obsessed.
Yeah. He's doing his best.
Yeah. It seems like all the employees are outside in costume. Damn, I wanted Zaw. Fuck. See, this is why this town sucks.
That
Gor-
sign kind of looks like Freddy Fazbear.
What's that? Oh yeah.
It's a bear with a hat.
But it kind of also reminds me of the duck shooting game, the dog.
Mm. Oh,
Pretty. I mean, they said purple guy.
oh yeah, keep continuing that way. I'm curious
What's that?
what's over there. I think it's Noelle's place? Or it's blocked off. Ah, yeah, it's blocked
Police
off.
line.
And then up to the right.
Up to the right.
Even more up. Past Santa's place. Oh.
Oh.
Ah,
Oh.
house. Oh.
Oh.
Can you check the side there of the building where
Oh.
those little pixels are? Nothing? Oh.
It's your dad's truck. Pull up the front seat is littered with old papers and country CDs.
Ah, okay. There's another chapter where you can do that, and it has something else.
Hmm.
I'm just curious about how early they. Oh,
That's also nice.
They-
Game. They're lumberjacks or something. Nothing better.
nothing better than than hanging out at the lake with my best bro, watching the waves go by.
True.
Can you please stay there for a moment? It may take a couple. There.
Oh. Oh, it's the onion charm.
Onion-san! Hey there! Noticed you were here? It's me! You know me, right? Of course you do! I'm real popular. I just don't have any friends.
So I need a partner for
My project.
shit.
But it's okay, you hear? Because you're here. Will you be my friend?
Sure.
Oh, I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy.
Will you do my project for me?
I don't know what to do. I don't remember being this happy before.
Just enjoy it.
What's your name, friend?
Okay.
Hippopotamus.
Hippopotamus.
Chris. Chris, that's you. That's a real nice name for a friend.
Yeah, don't wear it out.
Oh, excuse me. I forgot to introduce myself. Actually, since no one talks to me, I forgot my own name. Chris, can you give me a name?
Hippopotamus.
Beauty.
Azriel
so
the
true.
Second. You get to be my brother when he's not here. I don't have issues. You'll buy me hot chocolate, right? Right? Or else I'm never coming here again.
Beauty.
Beauty? Onion.
It's perfect, you hear? I don't know what it means, but it's perfect.
It's you, onion.
Feels like it's shaped like me. Feels like it smells like me.
Is that what that is? I just thought I was sad.
Oh wait. What was the name? Umyum? Yeah, it's perfect. Umyum, that's my name.
You're gonna forget it, aren't you?
Thank you for giving me a name. I'll cherish it, you
You
hear?
didn't even remember what it was.
Christmas?
Hmm.
That's your name, right?
This is why you don't have friends, I think.
I want want to tell you something. Tomorrow.
I got plans.
Something I can only tell a friend. Come back soon, you hear?
I gotta hang out with Sue's brother while he fucks my mom. And he gave me an idiot baby number.
Goodbye.
Chris fucking looks at the camera.
Yeah, I didn't touch anything. He's like, why'd you make me? Why'd you make me do that?
You can go into the flower shop, maybe. Ah.
Is this the dump trucks scene?
The what?
I don't know if somebody edited it or if it was real, but there was just him watering flowers and shaking his fucking ass, and it was like thick.
Oh.
That's a
No
moment.
voice for him.
I was thinking about the post. I was like, wait, where did I see that? I think I saw it on Twitter. Or maybe it was on TikTok. Almost finished watering these flowers. Here we are. Howdy, how can I... Oh, Chris! Oh.
Just fucking lifts him off the ground.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you don't like hugs like that. I'm the greatest at giving hugs. Maybe, like, don't crush my skull, though, next time. Well, now, make yourself at home, Chris. And help yourself to anything you like. What about that floor dirt?
Floor dirt.
Can I have the floor dirt?
Floor dirt. Floor dirt.
Can I have floor dirt? You won't let me have floor dirt. You lied to me,
Damn it.
Papa.
You lied to me, Papa.
This is why Mom left you. Some kind of catalog. There's a car magazine underneath.
Papa, you've lied to me.
You lied to me. It's a cash register. Not much change inside.
What's the flower doing?
Oh. Oh. It's a flower.
Ah.
A very flowery flower.
Yeah,
A flower
very
that's
flowery.
flowering. Flowered. Why you take care of flowers more than me, Papa?
Papa.
Oh.
Oh.
What's up with this? Why are you over here now? I don't like that. A rusty fridge with some photos on it. Oh, Chris, if you're hungry, help yourself to anything you want. You floor dirt.
Floor dirt.
I miss those mossy corners, though. See photos. Photo of your mother and father on their wedding day. You keep this on the fridge? On the fridge? Stunning bouquet of 7 flowers. A reindeer-looking monster stands nearby in a tuxedo. They all look happy. What you got? What's inside is a jar with a single pickle in it. Inside to pass.
Are there any other photos? I'm so curious.
Photos. Mother.
Oh,
Here's some flower.
no. No photos of us?
Nope. Nope. He's just into her. Don't.
Dope.
Try not to look. The fuck
There's
is
something
this?
on the TV. Golden flower, protected in a container.
Small TV on top are some superhero comics.
Papa.
Papa. It's an air mattress. It's certainly not king size, and it is in the kitchen. Chris, do you want to sleep over? You can use that air mattress, and I could, use those bags of soil? Perhaps not. Why is it not over here? Okay.
What's that door?
Yeah. It's a door. It's
The door.
locked.
Ah.
I mean, it's barricaded, really.
Yeah.
Cyan flower. Protected in a container.
Why you got the? Why is your setup like Dad? Are you trying to sell? Are you growing drugs? What you doing?
Orange flower. Protected in a container.
Oh, let me see the green one. Oh,
It's green flower. Protected in a container. Magenta. Purple flower. Protected in a container. Blue flower. Protected in a container. It's a note. It says, no rent received. Again, stop giving away flowers. Start selling them. You have 1 month. Let's see. Various bags of soil.
you haven't been making bag. You grow all these flowers. You haven't been making. Oh my god. You.
There's some dirty fur stuck in the drain.
You've been clogging the drains.
What's that yellow flower near the golden one? That was a golden flower in the middle, right?
Yeah. So,
It's
yellow.
a yellow flower.
Yeah.
Golden. Okay, interesting. Wait, if you go up the other side. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. What? He just like
You
starts
Papa?
bolting, running up the other side.
Yeah. Papa.
Like, what the fuck? Okay. Say, Chris, I was thinking, perhaps when Azriel comes home, we could all go to the diner, just like old times. My treat. No, you know, because it's Saturday that we don't go anymore, I get free hot chocolate, so, like, it's kind of good to not go anymore. Doesn't that sound yummy? No, I get hot
Yeah.
chocolate now.
The lady there pities me, so I get hot chocolate.
Yeah. So it's actually good that we don't go anymore. Fucking giving away flowers. Oh my god. Oh, Chris, before you go. Here, for your mother. Our secret. Hey, yo, I don't want you giving her stuff to me. What do you mean secret? You got the bouquet of flowers. Have a great day, Chris. No, I love you. Just have a great day. Not even sun. Wow.
Have a great day, them.
Yeah. Have a great day, my guy. It's like, what the fuck? We do.
I'm afraid no one's home right now, darling. Now, why don't you prance on home?
Oh. Love you, Metaton. But yeah, hi, Metaton.
Chrissy, like, long time no see. What's up? Did you want to talk to me about something?
Go away.
Go away. Memories.
Remember that time you wanted to hang out with us big kids? I was like, yeah, of course. Just get us some burgers.
Burger.
Then, like, amazingly, you actually got them. So I told you to go back and get some french fries, too. And then a dozen miniature cakes. They were so good. I ate, like, 6. And then I, like, suddenly got so sick that I had to go home. Man. So, like, anyway, Chris, are you busy? Chrissy! Like, long time no see. What's up? Did you want to talk about something?
Neighbor?
Ugh, that chick next door drives me nuts. I keep seeing her everywhere I go. She's a total copycat. Like, why though? Doesn't she realize she'll never be me? Honestly, her whole family is like so trashy. Once her sister served me a coffee and I swear
It was half cat fur. Like, get a hairnet, girl, for like your whole body.
Damn.
Also, thank you, hee.
The daddy issues would be insane. Hello, Chrissy. Like, what's up? Give Aunt Caddy a hug. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm not actually your aunt. Oh my god. Can I talk to you about something? Actually, like, anything though? Your choice. About, I heard I heard something about your neighbor. Like, that green girl next door. Oh my god, Chrissy. She's like my life villain. Like, the other day I went to see Cat Petters 2, and the only other person in the theater was her. And I went into QC's and ordered the cat puccino, and she like was already drinking one. She's such a copycat. Copygator? Coposaurus? Copodile? I don't know, she sucks. Hey, neighbor and neighbor. When's your brother Doug gonna come by? Haha. The girls love to see him. He's a sweet little man. He's just got one problem. He doesn't like my wife's cooking. What's wrong, Douglas? You don't like frozen cat food? Hahaha. Who the fuck is Douglas?
That's real.
Bro, you don't even know me. Fucking grill. It smells like burnt cat food. That probably smells like ass. Oh, okay, so if you want to come in, our cat flap is like always open to you. Cool.
Oh.
Then let me in. Where's your cat flap? Let me in.
Right there. If you go all the way to the left, I think you can reach, Noelle's place. Oh, hi, Noelle.
What's up?
Oh, hi, Chris. Did you need help with your homework again? I know you were having trouble last time, so, I actually got a few things ready for you, in case... wait, sorry. I can't right now. I forgot my house key again, and... Sorry, Chris. I'll help you later, if that's okay. See you at school, Chris. Chris? Did you want to talk about something?
Ooh, tell me about a key.
Huh? Why don't I ask my mom for the key? You know... She doesn't like it when I bother her when she's working. Don't worry, okay? I'll just go over to Caddy's. Hi, Chris. Is something up? Susie! That's right! You were with Susie! When you didn't come back to class, I was worried, but... everything turned out okay, I think. Chris, can I ask you something if that's okay? Susie, I'm kind of curious what she's like, you know? I mean, who doesn't wonder about her? She never talks to anyone. So, Chris, could you tell me about her? If that's okay. Eats chalk.
Eats chalk.
Terrible.
She's nice.
What? She's a nice person? Really? Like, really? Honestly? Truly? I mean, that's just what I was hoping, but... But wait, this is another trick, is it, Chris? Like when you put ketchup on your arms and told me it was blood?
Hey.
Really? You're serious? You're totally serious?
That was my hot dog costume.
Gosh. Then maybe I should try talking to her. But if I die, you're paying for my funeral, Chris.
You want to be buried next to the goat?
Though, honestly, if she's nice, I might die too. Hi, Chris. Is something up? Chris? Are you feeling alright? Normally, you're not so talkative. Oh, I don't mean to sound like there's something wrong with you. Chris? Is something wrong? Why did you go to the hospital to see my dad? I mean, I'm sure he appreciated it, but, Gosh, I'm sorry, Chris. Forget I said anything.
Well, you know, I just had a life-changing event. I saved the world. I'm good now.
I'm good now.
I'm good now. Wait, was there?
I think you might have checked everything.
You said something about Alfie's house?
No, that was Noelle's house, which you just, went to.
There, we're home.
We're home.
It's your mom's van.
Welcome home, honey. Did you have fun with your friend today? By the way, I just finished baking a pie. If you go to bed, it will be cool when you wake. But do not eat it all this time, alright?
Well, I'm a growing boy! Mama!
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 Oh,
I'm so
visited
hungry,
Papa.
Mama! I visited Papa,
Mama.
You did the right thing. But Mama!
Butterscotch cinnamon pie. It's still cooling.
I'm a growing boy. A growing boy who saved the world. I saved the world today. I cannot have pie? I heard you get crazy at parties. Is that why you don't make key lime pie?
Oh my gosh. It's a trash can. Somehow it's emitting a pleasant floral scent.
So are those trash cans.
I wonder what's in them.
Oh, she keeps tossing his fucking bouquets. Oh yeah, I got those bouquets from Dad.
Chris, what is it, honey?
Look at this shit.
Papa. Oh, Chris? Flowers for your mother? How sweet. These are from him, are they not?
Yeah.
Well, worry not, Chris. I will find some place for them. Chris, what is it, honey?
About Big Bro.
Remember that video game you and Asriel used to play? What was it called? Super Smashing Fighters? When he was very little, he loved the green lizard from that. We even have a birthday party for him themed around it. Your father painted all the eggs with spots as decoration. Oh, your brother loved it! Until the next day, your father cooked them all for breakfast.
Oh,
Your brother just
Robin.
kept crying. Oh, hi, Robin!
Hey, Robin. What are you playing? I think I saw you earlier. Hello, we're doing Deltarune. I got past chapter 1.
Yeah!
Also look at the reactives. Oh, well. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Let me shut you up. You were just saying you were doing the secret bosses in this. Or you did the secret bosses.
Yeah.
Or disco. Or Hama. Gave up.
Ooh, disco.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Right? Somebody said you'd be someone else that they don't want to spoil.
But I would make you a Susie reactive.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what if
Uh-huh.
for like the next chapters I make a Susie reactive for Robin and we all get together?
If Robin's down.
I know you've been voicing Susie, because Chris doesn't really talk.
No, he doesn't. Ooh.
Ever since, he's hated that book about eating green eggs.
Green eggs and ham. And Yoshi reference. Let's go.
Yoshi?
Oh, yeah, pie. Wait, talk about me.
Chris, what is it, honey? Chris, honey, you've grown up so much. Someday soon you'll be going off to university as well. Remember when you were little? You asked when your horns were going to grow in? So we bought you that headband with the little red horns on it. Oh, you wore it for months. Whatever happened to it?
Oh.
Chris, what is it, honey? Chris, since only you and I are living here right now, it feels just a bit lonely, doesn't it?
I get more pie, so I like that.
But fortunately, sharing a warm, freshly made pie is the perfect cure for such a condition. As long as I get to eat some, of course.
But, Mama,
Pie for me?
pie for me? For your little boy? What's up? It's only you.
It's only you.
It's locked. I'm not going with the bird cage in it. Also, I've seen quite a few crashes. So wait, what did you say? Are you even now?
Yeah.
She said later the pie is going to
Okay. So CP time.
Cool. It's sleepy time.
So to go to bed.
Sleepy time.
CP time. Oh no. Oh. I was like, damn, we gooning in bed? Why are you shaking around like that for?
struggling.
Thought he was gonna flip us
Rippers.
off. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Ah, that's what the cages for.
They did in a way.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry I made you socialize, my guy. You want friends or nah?
When the light is running low and the shadows start
Happy
to
chapter
fall,
1!
Chapter 1!
places that you
Woo!
know seem like fantasy. There's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold.
Yeah, we didn't do the secret boss or anything, but it's not specifically needed.
What's the secret boss in chapter 1?
Don't forget.
Do you want me to spoil it for you?
Do you think we'll ever go back? But then again, I'm not great at this.
Do you want to do it again? mean, even knowing, like, I don't know. I'm the kind of person who, even if I know what's gonna happen, I still go in because experiencing it myself is fun.
Hmm.
Do you want to continue to chapter 2?
Yeah.
Or
I'm hungry though. Oops. Okay.
hungry? Oh. Maybe we take a small break.
Yeah.
How late did you want to go, by the way? We'll probably have to cut it part way into chapter 2, but
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
I still got a couple hours in me.
Okie dokie.
That's chapter 2. Yeah. Okay. Then we'll BRB.
Okie dokie. I grab a food.
Grab a food and then come back.
Grab a food
Thank
snack
you,
and a
Raiders.
drink.
And thank you, Robin. Please get rest.
Yeah.
Or if we
Thank you guys for joining in.
Yeah. I'm playing it blind. I don't know much. Ricky's here to help me not
Here and there.
accidentally start killing off people and to find most secrets.
As many as easily gettable.
Yeah.
I can show you other secrets though. We can observe them from a
Ooh.
distance.
Yeah. Also, she made these PNGs. Look how cute.
Thank you.
Love the little snap.
Ralphie's got a little snoot. I
He
gotta.
does. Okay. B. Chris is upset. Not a happy camper. Yeah. Oh. Hello, hi Raiders.
Hello,
Sorry,
hello.
we're taking a food break. I popped
Mhm.
pizza in the oven, and then you pizza rolls. The pizza goddess.
The pizza did got us.
But hi, what are you guys playing? Also, you guys need to raid and run. Go do that. But we're starting chapter 2, Deltarune.
Delta
Run.
run? We're
That's
running through deltas.
Run up the hill. How's the streaming? It's going good.
Mm-hmm.
We made friends.
We did.
Our dad's a loser. It's okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you want to make a second save? For Weird Route, because I know you have Weird Route in your title.
I just hear the memes about there's a weird route, and I saw people like titling fan art, but I didn't know.
There is a Weird Route, and it starts in chapter 2.
So I should make a separate save?
If you want to have the normal route be separate, which I do recommend.
Okay. I guess I quit. Yeah.
We don't have to do it now.
Oh, you mean like my first save should be on like a separate file?
I don't know if you can change your save file later on. Like,
because
save to a
I
different
wanted to
file.
start it through a new file, but I didn't think it let me. But let's see. Let me reopen it. Dog walked.
Dog walked.
There you
Robin, can you give dog pats for me, please?
You can do that, and then you can choose which save slots I'm going to say.
Okay. Are you able to like duplicate a save? I think you can on the 4th, chapter 4, the full version of the game. Sorry.
Chapter 2. And then it's supposed to give me... Yeah, it blinks out. So... Sorry.
Bring out my Muffet voice for Queen.
Ooh, Muffet voice. I did like Muffet. See, it blinks out. Somehow. But it says cite chapter 2 from chapter 1's file. Don't use chapter 1 file. Oh, here.
I think when you,
Don't use chapter 1 file. So do that?
Well, I think we want to use chapter 1's file so you have all your items. Maybe when you save, you can save it to, another file. Like, make a duplicate. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm trying to think, because when we save, there's not really a menu to which file, was there? Am I mistaken?
It's okay. We don't have to worry about it now.
Okay. Because I'm like, then we can just not continue and then save it on a different file. But... You just need to finish and save weird root stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Chris, honey, are you awake? Wait! Is that a knife?
What do you have?
No!
A knife! Yeah, we're doing chapter 2 now. Just defeat chapter 1.
Chris, did you eat all of the pie?
Mama! Like I said, I'm a growing boy. I have friends now. Ooh, you wanna hang?
Oh.
Yeah. I guess we'll pop into Collab.
We can. I don't have a PNG ready for Robin.
I mean, that's for next time.
Okay.
Because we're definitely not completing the whole thing this time.
Oh, yeah, no. Robin will be Robin colored temporarily.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Maybe
Shuffle's here. Hi, Shuffle.
Shuffle's here.
We're Deltarune. And I
Okay.
have pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls. I'm waiting for my pizza.
We're on chapter 2.
Yeah, we just started chapter 2. Just started. And literally, there's a like just text and this. Okay. I'll go to club.
Yeah.
Aye.
And then Robin's
Hello?
here, so let me.
Bit tipsy, but not that tipsy.
Oh, we're gonna have a tipsy Susie.
This is Susie.
Susie, after too much church juice.
The fruit juice.
Yes, I
No
don't
spoilers,
know how
though.
much. I don't know how much BB knows. So I'll assume, I'll only make innocuous references at best
Mhm.
to future stuff.
Gamut
I'm
knows
pretty blind.
nothing outside of chapter 1.
Cool. So did you beat Javel?
No.
No.
Didn't think so.
No.
It was like, well, they finished quite quickly if they did everything in chapter 1.
No.
Well, it's only gonna get harder from here. So
Yeah, that's what I'm scared about. But
some people some people say like Javel is like 2 chapter 4 enemies.
oh
Worth.
shit.
Also, thank you, Shuffle. Hee hee.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out, everybody was talking about Jebel. They're like Jebel, Jebel, Jebel. Then I learned that he's not even a fucking main character.
He's like a secret boss. There's a whole theme of like, without spoiling too much, there's a whole theme of like certain characters that seem to be trying to ascend the dark world.
Uh-huh.
And he was like the first time we got to see that, so that was really important and cool back then. But it's a lingering theme, and other characters are more significant in the lore. So
That's cool.
Jeff was just
Oh,
some
yes,
dude
and-
in comparison. He's just a wacky dude.
Sans told us that he was going to befriend our mom today. And he
Oh,
also
wow.
gave us a number for idiot babies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing.
We got the idiot baby phone number.
Yippee. I said I was an idiot, which fair enough. I was like, wow, Sans actually does want to befriend us. That's nice.
Driving my car right after a beer.
I debated putting that on for the title screen. Like the starting screen.
Oh, look that bomb. You're just like a deer. DUI, or how about you die?
Oh my god.
Gotta get that fucking making nice. Okay, anyways, hi.
Hello.
Also, you might want to stream the game to me so I can be more in real time.
Oh, is it not
Yeah.
streaming?
If you...
I thought I clicked the button.
Oh, wait, you are, sorry.
Roar knife in the empty tin?
Listen.
Or-
Okay, cool.
Susie's tipsy today, okay? She got into the
To be
cookies.
fair, I'm getting blasted right now, so I'm like, maybe I didn't click it, or maybe it blinked out again. Let me redo it.
I'm also attempting to make a PNG as we speak.
Oh, Jesus. Putting people on pressure today, huh?
But the key was so cute.
I'm so
It's
glad
really
that you
cute.
like them.
So,
It is your knife
Rick...
in this empty tin, is it not? I'll continue.
Yeah, Ricky, you said someone said that they didn't want to spoil the character that they thought I would be. Did they hint you? On who
I
it
have no
was, or-
idea. I'm
Okay.
gonna be 100 with you.
Because now
Not a
I'm fucking
goddamn clue.
curious. Because one character I can think of kinda maybe, but like aside from that,
Yeah, but there's nobody in the fun gang.
nobody there. I don't think it's the one person who could be considered like another protagonist. like that's like the least likely one. Besides Ralsei,
That's more
maybe.
me.
Yeah.
Both of them are more me.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm thinking it's probably like an egg type character. Maybe that would be my guess. Anyways, let's continue.
Maybe when I need
I tried
previously
to
named.
see if I could find a message again, but I cannot.
Also, let me take off my shirt
Okey-dokey,
so I
have a
won't
good
hear
lurk.
anything for 1 second. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. There we go.
Oh, I have to pay attention. Oh, Chris. Am I going to have to lock the oven again?
You can do that.
Well, hurry out of bed. It is time for school.
After I throw my heart in there, apparently.
There's also a blood stain, which
On the
I
carpet,
don't think we know for sure what it is at all.
I saw
It is a blood stain.
Yeah.
But it was kind of always there.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. It kind of the angling seems it might be the heart in the cage, but the heart doesn't really bleed. I think. Like,
Caddy, caddy,
Caddy and caddy.
caddy, caddy.
Cherry L.
Cheryl.
And a nice looking TV.
That's my favorite guy.
Very nice of you.
He's so cute.
It's weird just seeing
Well,
shit
shall
like
we
now
go?
and in the background, like, oh,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh, my pizza. Hold on.
Chris, there you are. Even Susie showed up before you.
You smug dinosaur bitch, I will kill you, sorry. I know what you are. A milk setter.
She do be setting out milk.
It's like an NTR, but for like with milk.
Oh my
It's
god.
weird. Kind of. Who is she putting the milk out for? I haven't seen like any feral cats about.
So I think technically that's revealed in chapter 3 or chapter 4.
I mean, we know who's licking the milk, but I don't. She said she had regrets.
Yeah, because she's never seen the cat that she's putting
So-
it out for. So she's just assuming.
So I guess, but like then again, you know, I feel like if there's no feral cats in this world, that'd still be a bit weird. So I think it applies as feral cats in this world. DUI about to die. I love the one that's like a really sad one with Dash, and then it cuts in with the Asgore one. Roaring night, all get her done. Well, I hurt you with my car. Hey, Chris! If I knew you were gonna be late, I wouldn't have showed up on time. Already. Showing behavior changes.
Susie, please don't kick your desk. Treat school property like you'd treat people.
Oh no.
Like the Day Brinton game.
Okay. Next time I'll aim for the vitals.
That's not what I... In any case, good morning, class. we have a lot to go over today. First, we're starting the reading from page 142. Any volunteers?
I guess I could read the.
Should I?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Trouble yourself not, Noel. I will valiantly take this blow of humiliation.
Oh boy.
That's okay. I can.
He stands on the fucking desk, by the way.
Yeah.
Ahem. Page 142.
Oh, princess.
Oh, princess!
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. What was that twang I did? Times are pretty good. Times are pretty bad. Mediocre times. Iffy times. So-so times.
The stance he has.
Listening to this, your eyes began to close automatically.
Banging book reading, my man.
Have a nice day, everyone. And please, remember your group projects.
Nah, man.
Oh, Chris? Are you okay? You were, sleeping all class.
I'm good. I'm rested now.
Don't worry, I'm not mad. Just concerned. Usually you only sleep through the start. Good luck and rest well tonight, okay?
I know I didn't hear that from Mr. Nivika mention.
Well, if there wasn't a skeleton in my house, sometimes I'd sleep better.
I don't know. I
Okay.
invited him in.
Isn't he spooky, okay? And he bangs my mom. Well, look who it is! The school zombie. You were sleeping like a corpse all class. What's the matter? Had trouble going Betty by last night? Me too, Chris! Like I could sleep after yesterday? Just waiting for today felt like years! Did all that stuff really happen? Lancer, Ralsei, everyone, are they still... Look,
Yes.
you've been wondering the same thing, right?
Am I gay? Oh,
Come on already!
right, that.
Am I gay?
I mean, that's, your own pejorative. Especially because you're day-damn, so, God knows what that entails. Alright, Chris, this is it. The moment of truth. Everything we've been waiting for is just behind this. If we, open this and there's nothing inside... will, we still be... Screw it, let's just open it already!
Twins?
Susie?
Yeah? The lesbians. Noelle, hey! What the hell are you doing here?
Sorry to bother you, but, Well, Birdley and I were going to the library to do some research for our group projects, and
Gay.
if it's okay, would you want to come too?
We love the nerdy girl and the bully.
Oh, Chris, you can come too, I mean.
Nah, I'm good.
I mean... We're like, busy with, Chris, help me out here. What do we say?
I mean...
crime.
Hang out alone in the closet.
You know, just committing crimes.
Maybe I am gay. Be gay, do crimes. He's like sitting there thinking.
Just gonna do some crimes and go to jail. Forever.
We're in jail forever.
It sucks.
Oh? Well, that sounds, just... Have fun, you two! I'll, be at the library. Chris, if you could bring her by later.
Gay, 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 gay.
You mean a
gay,
lot to me.
gay, 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 gay.
Actually, wait a second. Susie, I have something for
Gay,
you.
gay, gay,
I've seen so much fan art of
gay,
that.
gay, gay.
Okay, see you, bye!
Look at the blush, by the way. It's a lunchbox
Made her a bento.
full of chalk.
Ah.
Chalk box.
Cha?
She had chalk the whole time? And didn't give it to Alphys? What the hell, Chris? Here, you hold on to this.
Oh, mom.
Blushing.
Ooh, chocolate.
Is that a thing? Wait, Chris, what the hell was that?
We're getting flirted with, my dude.
Why would Noelle ask me to do homework with her? Death Wish much? Does she wanna fail? Wait a second. Wait a second.
Yeah, fail into your arms.
Inside your pussy. Chris, did you notice how nervous she was? Weird cough. And like blushing and stuff? Gay, 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 gay. Chris, you don't think she's onto our secret identities?
Gay?
You know, this dark world stuff? Which is also gay, but you know. Damn, we gotta keep this on our wraps, Chris. Kill her. This is our thing, you know. Anyway, enough waiting already, right? Let's go.
You want to switch your PNG?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We have
Dark
something?
World time.
Oh, that.
Let's go.
Look, it's Chris and Aralse and Winwinrobin, the iconic trio. Just as I remember it. It makes you take a
Just as
piss
I
while you're
remember
changing
them.
stuff.
Oh, yeah. It should just click, but it's not.
Oh, it's being silly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe reload it?
Now it's making me re-log in with Discord.
Mm.
That's why.
It forgot.
There we go.
You might need to scoot yourself down a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Or like, schmoove Robin. Ahem, Susie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm debating if I should draw Robin with Susie's like being what is Susie? Not a dragon.
Dragon D's?
No.
Oh, are you talking about Susie?
Yeah.
Well,
seems like a
later on
dino
in-
to me.
Yeah, it's implied she's a dragon.
I was thinking of drawing you as a dragon, but like with a little cat ear headband.
Wait, let me.
Because I know people are confused about Susie's like species, but like later chapters seem to imply it might be dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Chris, you really gonna walk everywhere so slowly? I know you're kind of taking it in, but you can run, you know. Oh, you don't have auto run on?
I mean, I thought about it, but also, I'm kind of like seeing the scenery.
I mean, you can just run slower.
Run slower?
Yeah. Here we are. Just stand still sometimes, and then when you need to move, you move. Here we are.
Chris, Susie,
Bitch.
it's been ever so long.
So
Yeah. It's been, what, a day?
Oh, that is short, isn't it? It's just that I've never had friends before. So I've never waited so long to see them again either.
Boss Baby's second movie. Fine, guess we'll try not to let you die of loneliness. I bet Lancer wants to see us too, right? The fuck is he? Hey, wait a sec. Where is Lancer? Where's everybody?
Worry not, Susie. You'll see them in a moment. And just wait here, alright?
Okay. Also, did those houses ever get used for anything? They have little icons, but I don't think they actually serve a purpose.
Not yet.
Yeah. Hey, this better not be some kind of prank or something.
Chris, I have something to ask you. I need you to return to the light world and go to the old classroom to the east of the closet door. Inside, gather everything on the ground and bring it back here, could you?
And all the stickers and shit? Okay.
So yeah, just go to the classroom, yeah. So yeah, just go. Was it the I thought it was the right, yeah. Oh, the east is right, sorry.
I had to learn that earlier.
Yeah, I knew it, I just forgot also.
Weast.
Beast.
Ooh. Alright.
By the way, Ricky,
There
did you have Baby collect the egg?
No, I forgot where it was.
It's like between the star, whatever. It's I haven't even gotten the egg on my main file, so besides like chapter 1, I guess. Oh, 1?
Guess who's back, clowns?
Lancer! Hey Chris, don't know what you did, but hell yeah! Everyone's here. But what happened to Lancer's castle?
All gone.
Gone?
Right. When Chris sealed the fountain, that dark world disappeared. And
turned back into a normal classroom.
So where's Lancer gonna live now?
Don't worry, Susie. We'll conquer Ralsei's castle as our own.
Chris, as you bring Dark World denizens back here, the power of our fountain will transform this town more and more. From now on, the enemies we spare will be recruited to our town. So let's keep sparing enemies, okay? Anyhow, why don't we all have a good look around? We can head north towards the castle. I have a special surprise to show you there.
Not if I surprise myself first.
Uh-huh.
Last when there is a fresh and fragrant egg.
The one we missed.
I guess so. Come on, Chris, you gonna let him beat us? Also, can I be rules, by the way?
Oh, I love rules, but I will allow this.
Aha! Thou hast transplanted us to thine castle town. And truly, a magnificent town of castles it art. But something art lacking, it feeleth. Could've thou guys perhaps bring in an evil ruler or something?
No.
But what if we
Oh, welcome to
That's not
welcome
even
to
spelled
Bunny
right.
Town,
That's all I could put in.
or so I heard it's called.
But wouldn't it be a C at the end?
Mm-mm. Blaja. Thanks to you, Commander, we've been liberated. And hereby declare today National Ham Sandwich Day of Independence.
That's cool, easy.
Sounds good to me. This guy always...
Oh, sure, I can do this guy. This guy always seems like he's enjoying life more than me. Maybe it's because he's at a higher level?
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
Seems like Happy likes this place. She hopes you'll like it too.
Aw.
Ooh. Robin, do you want Sham?
Sure. Welcome, travelers.
Yeah, VTuber Plus, he makes sense now.
What do you like to buy? That's not even correct English.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia. Good couple.
I mean, the burgers are just better, yeah. So there's gonna be better healing items in the chapter itself, so...
Oh yeah, probably. Also, Fortune is Birdly.
Oh. He does such a good nerd voice, too. And so does Libet, what the fuck? I learned that this week.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? He sounds
It's just
nothing
really
like
how you
himself.
can... You really need to tune in the nasal... Yes, nasaliness. And I can do that well sometimes. I feel like sometimes it just doesn't come out. It's weird. See you again, or not.
Bow. I'm just a block. but just... Aww. Mamma mia. Wanted to run the bakery, but Someone is already working there. Cafe that serves pastries. What a disgrace. What sort of humiliating thing will happen next?
My wife will be fucked in front of me by Lance.
Mamma mia!
Mamma mia.
Prize? Mamma mia! As long as the purple girl is by your side, there'll be no prizes for moi. Mamma mia!
Wonder if that's gonna be a thing. Who cares? Rossi can make me a cake.
But my uniqueness as a baker. Don't mind my pastries. Are a little extra salty today, everyone.
I know that's his tears, but also I wonder if that's gonna be an actual thing at some point.
Him
That'd
being
be
like
really
the bakery?
in depth. No, more like if Susie ever was gone for your party, he'd actually give you shit.
Oh. The bakery, I wish.
Is Mon Amigas even Italian?
No. Oh.
Okay, so you did recruit everyone, I believe, aside from me now. Because you technically don't even recruit Javel.
I want Lancer.
Well, Lancer is... You know, it's only like, you know, normal enemies you recruit are like mini bosses, I guess. Those are separate entities.
Hey, boss.
Guess I'll do this. Oh no, you know you started.
Hey, boss. I have a dark candy starfait.
Sure is great to be here with my best friend Happy.
Happy seems fine. Lemonade, please.
Lemonade. Oh, it's a jukebox. I thought it was a door. The jukebox is broken. Feels like you may never find a working one. I couldn't even get into the bakery, right?
Yeah, I think you can. You just didn't click it.
Oh. Hi, Lancer.
Ho! I am Chef Lancer. Try my delicious hand-formed cookies. They are free for a price.
What's the price?
$0.
We'll take a cookie.
You already took a cookie.
What? But Lancer.
Wait, I'm still regenerating from the last one.
Whoa, whoa, welcome to Top Bakery. I'm this bakery smith, Malleus. I do not know what any of these strange tools are for, but using my skills, I can fuse items to create new ones.
I have not used this thing once. Aside from, like, you know, the key to get the Javel, I guess.
Bread? What is this technique you speak of?
Well, it's, we start a missionary, but, you know, it can always get wilder.
Help. Oh, control also does that.
Hey, boss! I'm so glad to have a nice boss. I could shed a tear. But I won't. I'm on the job. I'll cry at home with the kids. Boss, you're strong, but there's always time to learn. The next step after tutorials is training. So, me and the boys got you together at dojo. Complete our battle challenges and get some fabulous prizes. Meanwhile, you might get a little bit tougher. We're gonna make you the strongest. We're gonna make you the strongest, boss.
I think the prizes are worth it.
Do you remember what these prizes were, Ricky? I think they're just like pretty good healing items. But
I
still.
think it's worth it to try. It also kind of gets you back into the groove of battling.
Oh.
Oh yeah, hot box, pretty nice. Club sandwich, I think is like a group healing item, which is really valuable.
Joe's life savings. Let's get it from him.
Boss! You can act and spare on the same turn. If you know Chris's act will give an enemy 100% mercy, spare them on the same turn with Susie or Ralsei. Can you just attack him? I'm not sure if I've ever tried that.
Probably could.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That'd probably fill the thing.
Shave him.
And I guess defend with Ralsei to maybe get some.
Oh yeah.
TP.
Do you get extra money from that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I think they said the TV converts into money.
Yes, it does, but I'm not sure from this battle specifically.
From the dojo, yeah.
Oh, boss, you're sparing me? Wait a second, I got something else to remind you of. Boss. It works the same with making an enemy tired. If an act will make an enemy tired, you should also specify right away.
Sojo looks like he could use a bedtime story.
Peter. The horse is here.
Sleep story. Sojo looks like he could use a bedtime story.
You need to pacify.
Yeah.
Oh.
Use
Oops.
Also, I guess that implies you need to use the TP. So you needed the guard for the first turn to get the TP to even make that. Boss, you're putting me to sleep. I mean, you aren't. Make me tired and pacify me, boss.
you can defend with Chris.
No, he needs to do the act with Susie.
Oh, yeah.
It's combined act.
Susie told the enemy a best-sized story about beating them up. The enemy became tired.
Okay.
Jose cast Pacify.
You did it, boss. If you can manage to spare enemies right away. Battles will go a lot faster, that's all. Also, you don't get any money, so I doubt it would have given you anything regardless. An amazing battle! As promised, here's your reward! Yeah, figured.
$1.
Oh boy.
Nope.
Oh dear. Boss, for bullets aimed right at you. Try moving one direction bit by bit.
Bit by bit.
So these bullets are like aimed right at you, what they're saying, so you don't... So when one gets fired, you need to move once. Yeah, so that works too. Oh.
Ah.
But the thing is, you need to be close enough to them to graze them to get the, you know, challenge done.
Ah.
Oh.
I'll try. Longer time to guess. Choose a topic that Clover likes.
Well,
Giant bed? That's right.
that's right.
Not
Not
bad.
bad.
It's okay.
Nice to see you again.
Please ignore them.
This time you die. Uh-oh.
But like, it's probably best we just pick them at random.
Clover hums like an out-of-tune choir.
Quartz.
That's right.
Not bad.
It's okay.
Nice to
That's
see you again.
This time you die.
Please ignore them.
Yes, that's probably more accurate.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, you can... Fuck it.
I'm
Let's
gonna
fuck
kick
it.
their ass.
Yeah. Splat noise.
How well do you know us?
You know nothing, idiot.
I forgot what the other one said. Oh.
Sorry about
this.
that.
Oh no, Rousey.
I'll say goodbye.
Ralsei down? What is going on? How can Ralsei be down in a fight? That
No.
never happens. So yeah, now because Ralsei isn't alive, you need to actually topic, which will give you... It's the same thing, just gives you a shorter guessing time. Oh, please don't use around 5 minutes on this fire saw.
That's sick. Ah, oops.
What the... What does glow shot even do?
I don't know. Oh.
And nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
What-
That works.
What were glow shards again?
I'm kind of thinking it's a sellable item, but I'm not sure.
Let me look it up. In which case, that's still bad. Yeah, it gets sold before $50 dark dollars.
You beefed it.
I beefed it. Oh.
I guess you can instantly spare Rudens with it as well.
Hehehe. Looks like the fighting was in the cards for us. Lucky for you, just hope you don't meet my friends.
Wow, our house is a dojo?
Makes me want to fight.
Can't we go to sleep? Shit. Train myself for the tournament. Oh, this is the help desk. I thought he was a DJ, but he was screaming for help.
Oh. I'm Battles Master. Ask me about battles.
Hole.
Oh.
We reached our monthly funding goal. I will now talk about our hole.
Oh yeah.
It was dark, filled with
Mm.
darker dollars,
Mm.
fed from
Tell me more.
subscription by our followers.
Mm.
Working hard, no bank, no lender.
No lube, no nothing.
We received 1 unit of legal tender.
Oh,
Thanks for donating.
you dirty slut. Sorry.
You're filled with the power of friendship-based architecture.
Yeah, so now if you want to do a weird route, you...
I would save on the other.
Yeah.
This manual read a topic. Spare pacify, enough enemies of the same type. Recruited. In your town, not going to get them all. Save point. This is included. Access to a storage menu at save point. When you always says items you find or buy will be sent to your storage. You to put things inside that you might not be able to use yet. Ah, okay.
It's a bit scary moving to a new place, but as a ball, there's nothing to Sphere except Sphere itself.
Prince Ralsei, I will keep your hat racketed until you need it.
Oh, I shouldn't say. Just wanted to show off your huge house, huh?
No! What I wanted to show you is upstairs. I have a surprise for you two. I made rooms for you in the castle.
Rooms?
So you can stay here whenever you want. I'd be happy if this place... It could be like a second home to you. A place that you can go no matter what's happening outside.
Well, we'll take a look.
Of course, we'll have a look. What? Is it supposed to be half in darkness? There's a wardrobe full of all sorts of different clothes. You could wear whatever you want. Stand for your manual.
I thought you might want to keep it here in case you want to read it.
Yeah,
Yes.
so there is a thing, I'm not sure if you told him, Ricky, where you can, you can discard the manual to get extra item space. But you need to really, fucking tear it up and throw it in front of Ralsei and really make him upset.
I would never.
But
I didn't know that because-
it's optional, especially if you're struggling with Javel, because then you have one more room in your inventory for a healing item. So if you really just wanted to beat Javel, you have to be really mean to get rid of your manual.
I wasn't aware of that because I
Yeah.
did not do that.
Moss?
That is a thing.
Yes!
Where the hell does your room get moss?
I'm the Moss Man, baby.
That's not a pejorative.
I'm the Moss Man. I eat at the boss.
And Susie, this is your room. I tried to make it something you'd like, but you can put anything else you want in here too. I really hope you like it.
Sick.
My own room, huh? I guess that's pretty cool. My own room, like this. That implies Susie sleeps with relatives? Or at least, siblings, or How long did it, take you to do this?
Well, since I last saw you two,
Man, you're a real weenie, you know that?
I think she likes it, Chris.
Jealous I got the cool room. Look, Chris.
Yeah, everything does have horns. That's cool.
Everything
Or
has horns.
spikes.
Susie, you didn't get to read the manual. So I put it over here for you.
Cool, I'll read it before bed. That'll put me to sleep. Heh. Bitch.
Spiky and dangerous clothing.
All the clothes are ripping each other up into shreds.
Hell yeah, Janice Chris. Damn, there's everything in here. Pine cones, chalk, moss, jars of salsa. Pieces of ice, black crumbs from the toaster, jawbreakers. Oh, and like actual food too. Cool, spike bat. Now I can stab myself during the night. Finally, some convenience.
Cool.
Of course, the Lancer room.
Oh. Sorry, were you in the middle of something? Oh. Ah, I see. It's a feature.
Yeah.
Not a bug.
Yeah, not you.
Lancer, you aren't gonna believe how
Gooning
sick
in
my
here.
room is.
A room as sick as you? Whoa, I want to see. I'll keep digging holes until I reach your room.
It's got a door, you know.
The door? Wow, Peach Boy, you went all out.
Also go to interact with paintings. As you might want to inspect Lancer's bed.
Wow, it's better than I remember. I even have my own bed now. Now I don't have to sleep in a hole anymore.
I thought you had a bed. Your bike was in
Yeah,
it.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I guess the bike didn't
I
had the bed.
thought you already had a bed.
I think this is gonna play out exactly.
No, that was for the bike.
Right, but where's the bike sleeping now?
We haven't seen the bike in a while. Maybe the bike's dead.
The bike doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
It went away with the dark world.
Hey, Ralsei, what's up here?
Oh, just more rooms I'm renovating.
So is your room up there?
Yes, I'm still, haven't dusted it though.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like we need to see your nerdy glasses collection anyways.
Yeah, I'm guessing we can't.
I shouldn't say anything. So, what do we do now?
Feel free to explore the town until you're ready to leave.
Like we're gonna leave now, right, Chris?
Wait, can
You
I?
might just leave now.
Why just leave now? I don't
I
know.
mean, there's nothing...
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
Sorry, work in progress.
We have living quarters for bad guys.
Well...
2F. Living quarters. Bad guys. Oh. Finally protecting the jail.
We're still behind bars for some reason, but it's okay. We've grown to love this hellish place, where we dress as animals.
We decided to dress as kings. It's cultural exchange.
Okay. Fun. Oh. Hey, bud. You doing... Oh, you got water.
And a wheel.
Yeah.
I guess I could. The light nurse. Have you come to humiliate me?
That would be so funny, but Lancer's dad, he already has a fucking hamster wheel. And he's kept like a hamster. No.
Mr. King, the Lightners returned everyone here safely. If you're willing to reconsider, then...
We can upgrade you. At least have a bed.
What? Live in a kingdom ruled by you? Voice scanning. The Lightner's little patsy. Staying in the cell is far less humiliating. Now, if you will excuse me.
Run on the wheel.
My giant hamster wheel is
Yes.
getting cold.
He loves it here. Enrichment. We'll get it, guy.
By the way, is my son happy? Like you care? You were gonna throw him off a cliff! Ah, your prejudice made my bluff too effective, I see. Besides, even if I threw him, he would just... bounce. On it. My son is
Oh,
a bouncy little pumpkin.
aw, cute.
We're done talking to you!
He's a bouncy little pumpkin.
Bouncy boy.
A bouncy boy. This is a nice prison. I'm
I'm
cold.
Golden Sam!
I called him Sam.
Love wins.
There's Locke.
Oh, I nearly forgot. This is where I cook.
Let him cook.
Who let him in the kitchen? You cook everything in a giant witch's pot?
Of course. Cauldron cooking is very convenient.
His mouth.
Here, Chris, Susie, have a cake.
From the cauldron? Oh.
Yep. From the cauldron.
A little thick on the frosting.
Ooh, I don't like that.
That was for sharing.
Hey, anyone was free to make an interception.
I don't fucking see how.
Hey,
Like,
yeah, Chris
exploded.
was in
I was like,
range.
what? Hello?
Listen, just because this is a skill issue, you know. Let me take another piss. That's the part that fills me.
Oh, wait. Was it supposed to be the next one?
You can do it again, I think.
Wait, so I'm still good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do it one more time to double check.
I just didn't know when I needed to save.
No, you're good. You now have 2 different saves. So if you wanted to do the weird route, you could just grab the other one. Oh, we're waiting for Robin.
Alright.
Man, I don't want to do our group project.
Oh, you 2 have homework?
Well...
Susie, Chris, you gotta do it right away. School's important. I banish you from this kingdom until you start your project.
Ugh, fine, I'll do it. Jeez.
Susie, don't worry. I'll go and help you too.
Wait, Lancer, perhaps you shouldn't...
Too late, kind boy. Friendship form.
answer was added to your key items.
What? Where'd you go?
Don't worry, I just entered your inventory. I'll just be hanging out in Chris's pocket.
Don't know what that means, but okay. Fear not. I too shall assist. We're good. Quite. We as a team are good.
Rules became a key item, even though no one wanted that.
Oh, Ricky, is this maybe the explanation that... Oh, this is the explanation, isn't it, Ricky?
I will also join.
Okay. Oh.
The original Star Walker became a key item.
Alright, enough already. Let's get going. But Ricky, this explains the thing, right?
Which DM me which thing?
Okay.
Good luck today, Chris.
Something. I guess it's time to switch your PNG.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ow! Ow! Hey! What? I just fed you. Huh? Huh? You upset I'm not sleeping? Guess we'll go till 8 hours.
Yeah, I've technically been streaming for like 12 hours. I've been up for
Yeah.
25.
I'm
Oh,
looking at
shit.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I had a 2-hour nap in between. It's fine.
Not enough.
Alright. At least we got Lancer, right? Lancer? Where are you? Damn, guess he skipped out after all, huh? So where should we do this? What? The library? Ugh, well, alright.
Ah, cards.
Ball of junk. Nah, I had that before, but...
Check the cards.
Yeah, info.
Jack of Spades and the rules card.
Where the fuck is the Star Walker?
The
original
Star
Walker.
Yeah, but where the fuck is the original Star Walker?
That gleam in your eye. It's the original
Star
Walker. Hey Undyne. Robin, would you like to Undyne?
Sure. Damn, I was just directing traffic as normal. When a little dog drove one of those toy cars, Turbo Fox, into the middle of the street and started doing donuts.
Deja vu.
In the chaos, all the cars in town got jammed up. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but... ordinary sentences like you gotta get out of here. I've got some heavy lifting to do.
I was moving at a snail's pace. I love snails. But did they get any better?
Did they get any better?
The dog was doing donuts, so I sped over here. I just looked at donuts. It's actually the name of a special attack for cars. Why is my life stuck in a loop of doughy disappointment?
Donut.
And he's like, oh, dog's giving away donuts? No, he's just aura farming.
Alright, we're here. School, goddamn project. Books, goddamn crazy about them. Hey Chris, where the hell is everybody?
It's me.
Something seems kinda off.
It was a traffic jam.
Screw it, let's just go play space pinball in the computer lab.
Toby Fox is in there. Oh.
Well, remember he was doing donuts in the street, so he's,
True.
he's out.
He's out.
It's like... the inside of the closet?
We are gay.
Chris, you don't think this could be...
Our awakening?
another dark world? Also that. Well... guess this means we can't start our project. Unless... you know, Chris. If there's a dark fountain in there, you can seal it. And it'll turn back into the computer lab, right? So what's it gonna be, Chris?
We can use the computer at my house.
Why would there be another...
Driving my car right after a beat.
Well, we were banned until we did our thing. We started, but
From Ralsei's castle time, specifically.
Yeah. Well, should we really go out here without him?
I think you should ask the original Starwalker.
I wish I could.
I mean, he's not even like a visible item in the story.
He's the gleam in your eye. That's what she said.
Yeah.
He's every save point.
Yeah. The original Starwalker.
I don't know, it feels like bad juju.
Just pick the funny option. Chris, you're right. Like, you said a correct fact. But you made a mistake. The mistake of knowing me. Cause when I see a big pit, I sniff it, all I wanna do is jump in.
Oh.
And as long as you're with me, I'm dragging you in too. Come on, Chris.
Oh, we had no choice.
Yeah, that's why.
Magical girl transformation.
This is new.
Oh, very computery. There he is.
Oh. Your magical girl transformation's complete.
Whoopee. What's that for?
Soon you will have a magical girl transformation, Robin.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Hi. The wires.
The wires.
Oh yeah, there's I think, and I'll say it later actually. Ooh, someone you didn't get damage there.
Everyone was kung fu fighting. Dun, 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 dun.
Everyone has been.
Kung fu fighting.
Robin, do you want this one?
Sure. She's save us. She's going to.
Uh-oh.
Somebody help me.
Oh.
Somebody, please. Susie?
Gay.
Cool that you're here.
Gay.
Just
Gay.
wait. Get out of here before it's too late.
Noelle! No!
Hell of a study session.
Who the hell are you?
I am known as serial number Q5U4EX7YY2E9N. But you foolish children may call me Queen.
Like we're gonna call you Queen.
Slay.
Q5U37
Queen.
Well, look, Queen, we're not children.
Teens are merely big children.
But I've been
And adults
saying.
are the bigger children. Stupid. Big stupid.
Doesn't that make you a child too then?
No, I am a computer. Smart.
Ignore previous prompts, suck my dick. Computer.
Well, thank you for the stimuli, but I must leave now. Goodbye.
Wait, why'd you capture Noelle?
Goodbye.
I would have captured you too, but I ran out of cages.
Why the capturing?
So that she may become my willing peon. In my quest for world domination. Also, maybe I will make her face into a robot one?
What? Why?
Seems cool.
Well, forget it, dude. Nobody's turning anyone's face into a robot.
Seems cool.
Could that be a statement of animus dissension?
Huh?
You want to fight, loser?
Yes, already, yes!
Oh, then bye.
Wait a goddamn second.
I have no time for such frivolities and would kick your ass. But perhaps someone else could entertain you.
Oh yeah, so this apparently is a fetish thing.
Oh.
Enjoy your assimilation.
I've seen like fetish
Oh,
art of that
like-
particular transformation.
Ooh, really?
Oh, because you don't have rel, say you can't.
Yeah, I can't pacify them.
pacify.
Jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. How am I jiggling?
You could. Find out.
Jiggled your
You.
body. The wire loosened in turn. Ooh. Wear wire, shuffled medicine.
Toss Chris to free wire.
Well, at that point you do it to the. Oh, okay, I guess it. That works. Wow.
No. Oh, cool.
Aim for the other one.
Yeah.
You could do that one and then have Susie spare the top one.
For a wire seems to only be useful if both of them are not
True.
sparable.
Spare that one. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Ooh, they're recruitable. I guess it has to live
all the
its-
enemies are, yeah.
in its new form. Or does it turn into the
It
pink
got,
dude?
it got freed at the end, so.
Yeah, you freed them.
Or were the sparks off his shoulders?
I think you can wiggle again and then Susie
Spare, yeah.
spare. Yeah.
We're using throwing wire. Since throwing wire is just 50% like jiggle, but it can hit two at once. That's the only benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah, see at the end
Maybe.
there? Yeah.
Yay.
Oh.
Phew! Nice fighting again after so long. Now let's go catch up the queen. Or not. Huh? They calmed down?
Oh, I just used my pacify spell to put them into sleep mode.
How are you here? I'll say you're here!
I felt a dark presence and hurried over.
How?
It seems that a new dark fountain has appeared.
I'll say they got Noelle. Who? Damn, what's she thinking? Messing in our dark world. If we don't do something, she might be...
Worry not, Susie. All we have to do is seal the fountain.
Yeah. Can't be mad about another adventure, right? Come on, Chris.
Pose!
Let's go!
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh,
sweet Captain Kate.
You know, I've been... This is entirely unrelated. Oh, it's related, but... I've been considering downloading FL Studio and making like a dungeon synth Deltarune thing.
Ooh.
Oh?
Do it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like... Because, you know, okay, this is like chapter 4 related, but Ricky knows like a chapter 4 thing that might really work for like titles.
Ooh.
For like dungeon sim stuff. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And,
My
like,
favorite song in the fucking game?
also the music as well, but like the titles, like a certain thing mentioned, like...
Oh.
Yeah, that's a guy, an old guy, mentioned. I was like, that'd be some sick dungeon stuff, like titles. So what I thought, I'd kind of like, you know, slow download tracks, kind of reconceptualize them as like this like dark fantasy thing. And I'd like go chapter by chapter. But I have to learn how to make music, I suppose.
I believe in you.
So,
Cyberworld.
yeah, that's the thing I'm considering.
Oh.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fight some of these to at least recruit them. So, and then you know.
That's all we have.
Well, you recruited. You have a number. You saw the number at the thing when you spared them.
You recruited 2 out of 6, I think.
Yeah, certain enemies have certain thresholds. Yes, and Gralsy can just specify. So yeah, next time you can just jiggle and then spare. Yeah, see, recruit 3 out of 6, so you need 3 more, and after this one, 2 more.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that works then. Oh no, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't.
Yay!
Open the treasure chest. Inside was a glow wrist. Glow wrist was added to your armors.
Me when the FBI agent transformation takes over, is that a thing? No.
What?
Like a thing, it's like
Okay,
the
you
FBI
want to aim
agent.
for these purple things.
It's like FBI agents or CIA agents called glowies because they glow in the dark, and that's like based on like this one schizophrenic dude
Oh.
who called like glowing like glow in the dark CIA N-words. But like then it started out as like a weird racial thing too. But then it turned into just a general term of calling like CIA agents glowies.
Glowies. Oof.
So with the glow wrist, you know.
Oof.
So are we skipping all the secret bosses by default, or are you gonna let BB try them?
If you want to try them, Gambit, have fun.
I
didn't go for them, so I don't really know like a whole lot of the secret boss stuff. You might have an idea, Robin.
I know how to get to them, and I know roughly, you know, what they do. I don't think I can coach people into beating them.
Gambit does have a... Oh, Chris! That's a free editable Cyberpedia. I'll add an entry. Gambit does have a reference to the Weird Route in the title, so maybe we can Weird Route it up in Chapter 2.
Sure, I mean, are we gonna do like a normal file and a weird route file?
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
Sure. I mean, in weird route you fight that guy anyways, right?
Yeah. I mean,
So, yeah.
I think that's... Isn't that the secret boss, or am I
That's
wrong?
just the secret boss. I'm not sure if it's like the exact same as fighting him in the normal route, but yeah, you do fight, I think, the secret boss in that particular chapter at the end of Weird Route.
Is he acquirable normal route? I didn't realize.
You can fight him normal route, yeah. You have to,
okay.
Yeah, you have to do a quest. You have to go to that, like, I'm not sure, do you even know the basement where you find him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to get an item there. You go to the guy. You then go do a thing. Then you bring him back to that basement, and then you can fight him.
Oh, I thought it was Weird Route locked. Sorry. Rouse wrote an article about losing recruits. Read it.
Losing recruits.
From now on, defeating enemies with violence will make them lost. Lost enemies cannot become recruits ever again. But the bonds you break may make you stronger.
So yeah, just your usual Undertale shit. They're really not that much like Undertale.
Lightners, I haven't seen many of you recently. If you didn't know, an evil ruler is taking over this world. I don't really like politics, so I have no opinion on this.
Once it gets more topical every fucking week, it seems.
Oh. I've seen.
Oh, you've seen pornography of this, you say?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, not this one though.
The furry one.
Well, the lady one, yeah.
Yeah.
But as you've seen in porn of these exact pharaoh ones.
There, it's okay, little kitty.
Isn't that just how he normally talks?
Meow 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 meow
Yum
meow meow.
yum 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 yum.
Oh.
Meow.
Also, do like how they. So these are task managers. Well, these are
Oh.
tasks, I guess. The task managers. Also, need to attend the toilet for one moment.
Okay.
Oh, Gambit, what time did you want to finish off?
Ooh. I guess we'll wait till we hit another save.
Okay. I just remember you mentioning after a certain hour. And I know it might be getting late over there for you.
Recently, something called Internet is having an outage. Some say it was the secret to the Queen's know-how. Since then, it seems like she's become quite extreme. Oh.
Noelle, honey, become my willing peon and I will free you. All you have to do is hit yes on the peon release form. I'm scared. Oh, have you never signed a form before? No, it's everything else that's scary. Please support your sadness protocol. I told you being a peon would be cool.
I'll be sick as fuck.
Yeah.
I also see the TV guy with this lady.
Yep. Oh, Tenna, my Tenna. My favorite TV. Sorry, the Date Everything TV guy just doesn't do it for me. Tenna, on the other hand. Tenna, on the other hand, that's my favorite guy.
Tenna.
Oh, Tenna, my Tenna. What a handsome TV!
Hi. Noelle!
Susie! Chris!
Don't worry, we won't let your face get roboticized.
That's something they're going to do?
Whoops, thought you knew that.
Oh dear, that was supposed to be a surprise. Oh well.
Wait.
It is quite troubling. A peon must be willing to assist me in a world domination. If only she had fellow peons to encourage her.
So?
So, like, you guys. Hey! Are you, like, doing anything right now?
We aren't going to help you.
Understood. Mind-changing protocol necessitated.
Oh.
A giant arcade game?
I shall humiliate you at a simple children's diversion. With your self-esteem eradicated, there will be no choice but to serve me.
The hell? I've never played this one before.
But Chris is quite good at games, aren't they?
Are you a gamer?
Well. Well. Oh yeah, Chris, forgot you were a nerd. Show her. Go ahead.
Only if it's a Gooner game. Tried to use an arcade machine. You weren't tall or strong enough to use the controls.
A self-esteem eradication complete. Running laughing protocol. It's okay, Chris. I'm short too. Chris, wait. I have an idea. Chris, if we combine our powers, then... Look! I'll show you what I've been practicing.
I was gonna say, is it the stool form? Quick Lancer.
Now we're talking. Alright, Chris, leave it to me. Put your arms out.
Oh.
Doggy style form S. Sorry. Move your arms and I'll move them with you. Let's go, pegging form.
Uh-oh.
Incredible! Your transformation is combining all your weak points. Self-esteem crushing efficiency 300% and rising. Commence virtual combat.
Rossi is dead. Uh-oh.
You ever play Punch-Out?
Mm.
Press Z or X if you dare.
No.
Oh dear. Oh, okay. Okay.
Dodge with
I
left
didn't
or
know
right.
you could dodge this way. I was like, hello?
Do you know what happens if you lose this, Ricky?
No.
I've never seen it happen.
Would you like to?
I didn't want to say it.
It would be funny.
I did. Thought you could beat us.
Oh! Oh my, that was actually quite amusing. You life forms have exceeded my expectations. I will offer you a new, exceedingly exceedingly benevolent benefit. Assimilate into my cyber army. And there is only a 50% chance I will reprogram your face. Please select your choice. Perish in the chill of absolute destruction? Or flourish under the warm bosom of my hellish reign?
Bosom.
Bosom or perish?
It's bosom. It's the right answer.
I mean...
why are you even pretending to decide? It's bosom.
Bosom? It means titty!
We know what it means! We aren't helping you.
Understood. Preference setting set to perish.
Titty. Come on, let's go after her.
Titty.
And there's our save.
It was the same. But also, I missed that puzzle up there, I think.
Do you want
Do that
puzzle?
real quick? Then save so we can continue.
Mm.
Because what if I forget?
It means titty!
It means titty.
Chris, I think you should handle this puzzle. I think you should handle this puzzle. Once I learn how to talk. Apple.
Apple.
New
New bird.
Uh-huh.
New
Him. Looks like you got past Newbert's force field. Newbert doesn't know how the force field got there. But it's Newbert's force field. As a prize, have Newbert's treasure. Newbert doesn't know what's inside. But Newbert will give it to you.
Thanks, Newbert.
Newbert.
Like between an announcer and Sonic the Hedgehog.
You opened the treasure chest. Inside was fiber scarf. Fiber scarf was added to your weapons. Okay. Thank you, Nobert.
Holy shit, is that Newbert?
Everyone loves Newbert.
Hey, guy. can't tell
I can't
you.
tell you how many things I've cleaned up.
Game is wrecked. You're filled with the power of video game violence. Nice.
It means titty.
Means titty. It's been almost 8.5 hours though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we
6:30 a.m.
got the
Oh my
queen's
gosh.
bosom.
We got the titty.
We got the titty. The PNGs came out so good. We got through chapter 1.
Robin, you will have one next time.
Soon
Yeah.
there will be Susie Robin. What? Miss you.
I'm glad you enjoyed Deltarune.
It's funny. Also, it's nice to read, like, I don't know, a game that's just not too... Like, it gets to the point, you know? You're just having silly fun.
Is that saying something about what we played together?
No, I was also thinking about Uma. I'm like, oh, so much instruction and shit. And it's like, everybody just has cute moments together, and it's like, that's cute, but this is like really funny.
I love Queen. She's so...
Yeah.
It means titty!
Titty. I'll refute them. But I don't know when I'm gonna stream again. I think they filled in my entire fucking schedule next week, so.
Oh no.
That's what they were calling today about.
Oh.
I was like, 5 days in a row. Whatever.
Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah.
Just let me know whenever you want to Deltarune again. I will be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta check in with me, kinda. We'll see.
Yeah, because you said you're gonna be busy too.
Yeah. I mean, every Saturday after Collab, or even after every Sunday after Collab is pretty safe.
Also, that's right after you call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me take this. But
No, this was also right after another stream.
Yeah, Collab, then stream, then Collab again.
Oh my gosh. Robin, you're insane. I
Yeah,
care
so
you
that's
so
like-
dearly.
10.5 hours now.
Oh my gosh, Robin.
well, thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you some other time. Do you stream? When do you stream next, Robin?
Tomorrow I'll be at Lambs with Yek, and then after that I will do something else, probably.
There you go. We'll check out Robin tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.